The cause of the malfunction is now being ascertained. Opposition leader Mark Golding has made public a letter he sent to Prime Minister Andrew Holness detailing his concerns about the constitutional reform process. Transport Authority dismisses claims that Hackney carriage operators working as route taxis can collect more than 19% fare adjustment granted in October last year. On the international scene, Russian attacks in northeast Ukraine have prompted the evacuation of almost 1,800 people. While in sports, Manchester City put the pressure on Arsenal in the English Premier League title race by beating Fulham 4-0 to move 2 points clear at the top of the table. The details after this. Nationwide News understands that automated banking machines, ABMs, and point-of-sale machines were down across the corporate area and St. Catherine earlier today. Checks made by our news center have confirmed that ABMs linked to the National Commercial Bank, NCB, were out of service late this morning into early afternoon. Our news center understands that point-of-sale machines were also down in several areas in Portmore and Spanish Town. It's understood other banks have also been affected. Meanwhile, according to sources, efforts are now underway to ascertain the cause of the malfunction. Our sources also state that the findings will form part of a detailed report on the matter. We'll have more on this story in subsequent newscasts. Leader of the opposition, Mark Golding, has made public a letter he sent to Prime Minister Andrew Holness about the constitutional reform process. In the letter, Mr. Golding stated that he had a brief meeting with the Prime Minister on Tuesday, April 23, 2024, behind the Speaker's chair at Gordon House, where he indicated that the move away from the British monarch as the country's head of state should coincide with the move away from the British monarch's court in London to the Caribbean Court of Justice (CCJ) as the final court of appeal. Mr. Golding said this would achieve a seamless transition to decolonization rather than a piecemeal, phased approach with no guarantee of its attainment. He stressed that the PNP members on the Constitutional Reform Committee (CRM) would not be able to sign off on the report from the body, given that there are serious concerns within the ranks of the opposition with the approach of the government.
I pointed out that this is a very fundamental issue for us, and you indicated that you would consider the matter, have any necessary consultations, and let me know the government's position. Since then, the opposition's two representatives on the Constitutional Reform Committee, CRC, have indicated to me that the Minister of Legal and Constitutional Affairs is anxious to have the CRC's report signed by the members of the CRC and taken to Cabinet. As you will appreciate, they attend the CRC in a representative capacity and cannot sign off on the report without first obtaining authority to do so.
The opposition leader also emphasized that there are concerns with how the constitutional reform process has progressed. Mr. Golding has noted that he is set to receive an embargoed version of a draft report of the Constitutional Reform Committee (CRM). He signaled that given the opposition's stance on the CCJ, it would be problematic to support the draft report.
The minister indicated that he could make a copy available to me on a strictly embargoed basis of what appears to be a near final draft of the report. This very restrictive process has prevented the kind of fulsome internal consultations on important matters that is the normal practice within our party. Nevertheless, I have reviewed the final report, have indicated to our two representatives that they are not to sign it unless and until the issue referred to in my first paragraph above is resolved in a manner that will allow us to proceed with a bipartisan position embracing full decolonization.
Mark Golding, opposition leader. A candlelight vigil held earlier this week in St. Thomas to celebrate the life of the late PNP councillor Rohan Washi-Brown was marked when one of the masters of ceremonies at the event instructed all Jamaica Labour Party members should leave the stage. JLP Deputy Leader James Robertson and East St. Thomas MP Dr. Michelle Charles were on the stage when the instruction was given at the event, attended by hundreds of orange-clad PNP supporters. But Robertson, who led a team of about 10 JLP members to the vigil, chuckled and was unmoved when the directive was given. Dr. Charles, who was also joined on the stage by her father, JLP stalwart Pernell Charles Sr., also remained on the stage. The incident occurred when PMP aspirant for East St. Thomas, Rose Shaw, was giving her tribute to the late PMP councillor.
When I was on the JLP side, and Wash was my opponent, Wash the opponent would say, Rose, me love you. You should be right here beside me. We're asking all laborers to come off the stage.
How did that? You understand? Are you only two years about?
Rose Shaw. Dr. Charles spoke after Ms. Shaw. The East St. Thomas Member of Parliament paid tribute to Bran, noting that she has always had cordial interactions with the late councillor.
In true Washi style, I am here because Washi was a people person. And Washi never disrespect me. Washi has won the love of the people of St. Thomas for over 20 years, including me. And I stand here to bring condolence to his family and to show some respect to a man that has always respected me.
Dr. Michelle Charles addressing a candlelight vigil for Rohan Washi Bran at the Rudolph Elder Park in Morant Bay. The former PNP councillor died recently of a heart condition. He first won the Morant Bay division for the PNP in 2012. Bran is to be laid to rest on June 2. 2 children were the victims of fatal collisions that took place yesterday, Friday, May 10. Dead are a 12-year-old male who was a pedestrian and a 14-year-old female who was a passenger. According to the Public Safety and Traffic Enforcement Branch, about 6:30 p.m. in St. Catherine, a grey 2014 Subaru Impreza motor car was proceeding southerly along Newlands Main Road when, upon reaching a section of the roadway, it is alleged that the boy walked across the roadway into the path of the motor car, causing a collision. He was assisted to the Spanish Town Hospital, where he was pronounced dead. Meanwhile, the 14-year-old was among a triple fatal collision in Westmoreland. She has been identified as Shanique Sabaro of Strawberry District, Westmoreland. The other 2 persons are 43-year-old Owen Barnes, manager of Good Hope, Westmoreland, and 48-year-old Alwayne Sabaro, a welder of Friendship, Westmoreland. The 3 persons died as a result of injuries they sustained in a motor vehicle collision on Bay Road, Little London, in Westmoreland on Friday. Reports from the Little London Police are that about 9:40 p.m., a Toyota Hiace motor bus and a Toyota Corolla motor car were traveling in opposite directions along the roadway when the 2 vehicles collided head-on. The police were summoned and the injured persons were transported to hospital, where the drivers of both vehicles, along with Shanique, who was a passenger in the Toyota Hiace motor bus, were pronounced dead. 6 other persons are being treated for minor injuries. Investigations continue. Managing Director of the Transport Authority, Ralston Smith, is rubbishing a claim that Hackney carriage operators working as route taxis can collect more than the 19% fare adjustment granted in October of last year. The claim was made by President of the Transport Operators Development Sustainable Services, TODS, Edgerton Newman. He made the comment on Cliff Hughes Online on Friday after several callers complained that they're being overcharged by some taxi operators across the Kingston Metropolitan Transport Region. Shalois Michael reports.
The callers complained that some taxi operators are demanding an extra $30 or $50, thus disregarding the adjusted fare stipulated by the Transport Authority. But TOD's President Edgerton Newman says the taxi operators are not breaking the law.
There is no route between Halfway Tree and Papine. There is no route between Halfway Tree and the Boulevard. The operating as Hackney carriage, chartered vehicle. What is happening in the KMTR is that you don't have enough Jamaica Urban Transit Company buses. So the Hackney carriage opted to do what some people call share ride, carry 4 passengers, and the 4 passengers split their fare in 4 parts. If you charge $800 for 1 passenger, you split that in 4 and they will pay that amount. The $180 that they're charging now is minimal to the official fare they should be charging. But because we all understand, that's why we didn't pay the fare increase last year, because the commuters can't afford it. But what happened because we didn't get the 16%, we said, all right, let's put on what we should have put on from last year.
But Managing Director of the Transport Authority, Ralston Smith, says the act is illegal.
If the carriage operators are going to provide route type services, then on the one hand, you can't seem to be breaking the law by operating at variance with a license, and then on the other hand, pivot to the higher fare pricing. If you were to provide a route taxi type service, then you have to pivot to the route taxi type fare. Everyone knows this, that it's illegal to provide route taxi type services with a Hackney carriage license. And then the compound matters, what you're actually doing is pivoting to the Hackney carriage fare and then you split it up.
Mr. Smith says the authority has been conducting covert operations to prosecute the rogue operators.
What we have sought to do now is to ensure that our inspectors conduct some covert operations in concert with our investigative unit to ensure that we bring to book the perpetrators of the act. So what we'll be doing is, under the Minister's instructions, we're already in discussions with JUTC to look at some areas that are under service by the JUTC and to look at what mix of transport modalities can be utilized to provide the services to the community and public.
Shaloy Smichael for Nationwide News.
Thanks, Shaloy. Now to news on the international scene. Russian attacks in northeast Ukraine have prompted the evacuation of almost 1,800 people from the Kharkiv area, the regional head has said. Heavy fighting has continued in the border area following Russia's surprise incursions on Friday. Kiev has been expecting a Russian summer offensive for some time, including a possible attempt to capture Kharkiv, Ukraine's second city. But Ukraine insists its forces are able to resist any attack. To sports, Josko Gvardiol scored twice as Manchester City put the pressure on Arsenal in the English Premier League title race by beating Fulham 4-0 to move 2 points clear at the top of the table today.
De Bruyne on towards Gvardiol, lovely football, Gvardiol in, 1-0, that's a brilliant goal, excellent defended by Fellaini, shots in, Phil Foden, the Manchester City supporters go mad behind the goal, 25 this season now for Foden, swung in by Bernardo Silva, that's number 3, and it's a second goal today for Josko Gvardiol, Alvarez to make it 4, scores effortlessly, Manchester City top of the table.
Indeed. In the other results, Brentford, they beat Bournemouth 2-1. Everton clipped Sheffield United 1-0. Newcastle and Brighton, they drew 1-1. Tottenham beat Burnley 2-1. West Ham beat Luton 3-1. While Crystal Palace, they beat Wolves 3-1. And Chelsea, they outscored Nottingham Forest 3-2. In tomorrow's match, Manchester United, they would welcome Arsenal. And you don't want to miss that. And now for a recap of the top stories making the news at this hour. ATMs across the corporate area and St. Catherine were down today. The cause of the malfunction is now being ascertained. Opposition leader Mark Golding has made public a letter he sent to Prime Minister Andrew Holness detailing his concerns about the constitutional reform process. Transport Authority dismisses claims that Hackney carriage operators working as route taxis can collect more than the 19% fare adjustment granted in October last year. I'm Andrew Cannon. You can find the news on our website at nationwideradiojm.com and on the Nationwide app available on Google Play and the App Store. News is next 9 tomorrow morning. But stay tuned because up next is Sports Nation Live with Alwick Swaby and Wayne Walker.
This outstanding 6'4" athlete credits Jamaica with her first Olympic victory ever.
Jamaica is filled with Olympians.
World record holder McKinley dashes into the lead.
We must never forget the forerunners of Jamaican Olympic greatness.
Coming into the home stretch, it's Wint who challenges the leader.
Win or lose, athletes never forget their Olympic experience.
Merely Notty has devastated another world-class field. And Hemmings is going to do it. Hemmings wins it. She's the champion.
Win or lose, Jamaicans will cheer the loudest at the Olympics so that the world will never forget who we are.
And Usain Bolt is moving away, and Jamaica retain their title, and the world record has been taken apart. Oh, I say!
From July 26 to August 11, tune in only to Nationwide 90 FM for the coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympic Games, because we're here to ensure that you never forget. Nationwide's coverage is powered by our bronze sponsors: National Road Operating and Construction Company Limited, Digicel, Grace Foods, Spirits of Jamaica, Imperial Optical Jamaica, and Rainforest Caribbean.
Okay, good afternoon and welcome to Sports Nation Live. It's Saturday, May 11, 2024, and we're coming to you live from the National Stadium at the Jamaica Athletics Invitational here, as I said earlier, at the National Stadium. If you bowl it, we'll hit it for 6. If you pass it, we'll score it. Give us a pool, we'll dive in. And as fast as the starters guns fires, we're at that finish line. I'm Alex Rabiel. This is Sports Nation Live on Nationwide, the 90 FM, nationwideradiojam.com, and Flow Channel 916. You can also tune in to our program live on our YouTube channel, Nationwide 90 FM, and remember to like, subscribe, and share our content. Now, coming up, we have another packed and exciting show lineup for you. We'll be talking track and field, tennis, football, and much more. But first, an athletics lesson from 1 Corinthians 9, verse 24.
1 Corinthians 9 verse 24. Do you not know that in a race all the runners run, but only one gets the prize? Run in such a way as to get the prize. Did you notice when reading this verse that it doesn't say you must win or you will win? It is actually telling us that the kind of effort and dedication victory requires. Competing with integrity is the key here. Anyone can cheat and win, but what does that do us morally? It's not about winning at all costs or abandoning your values to do anything it takes to win. This is telling us we need to perform at our absolute best and have the self-discipline to compete in a focused, well-practiced, and strategic manner. If we do that, we will perform in such a way that will be nearly impossible to beat. Will we get beat sometimes? Absolutely. However, in performing with honor, we can feel victorious even in a loss.
Okay, so that was our athletics lesson from 1 Corinthians 9, verse 24. No, feature, you just had to be there. We relived Jamaica's team of Nesta Carter, Michael Frater, Johan Blake, and Usain Bolt set a new world record of 37.04 seconds to win the men's 4x100 meters relay final at the 2011 World Athletics Championships in Daegu, Korea.
Men's 4x100 meters finals: St Kitts and Nevis, Italy, Britain, United States, Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, Poland, France.
Set.
Nesta Carter leads off for Jamaica, Troll Clemens for the USA. Carter's gone very strongly indeed, running out there in lane 6, but Trinidad and USA have him in his sights. Those three nations are first, all successful baton changes now. Jamaica with Frater, USA running well as Justin Gatlin, the former champion. Frater will hand on to the individual 100-meter champion, Johan Blake, and Jamaica are in the lead. Then USA and Trinidad. It's Jamaica all the way, and it's Usain Bolt who takes it. Oh, there's a fall! Oh no, once again a tragedy for the USA and indeed for Trinidad, leaving Usain Bolt to come home, supreme style, and 37.04 is on the clock. It's a world record. What a way to end these championships in Daegu. Problems for the other teams. Jamaica were left on the glory lane. Usain Bolt, what a man.
Absolutely staggering. I think the Jamaicans were going so fast it caused problems for all the other teams. They just couldn't keep up.
I'll tell you what, I was watching the clock when he crossed the line and it flickered on 36. 37.04 to break the world record. As Peter said, what a way to finish. We've been waiting for something outstanding to happen. He's got magic in those legs, has Usain Bolt, and the rest of the Jamaicans can be hugely proud of what they've achieved here.
Absolutely fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. You can't ask for a better ending, as you just said. And the Jamaicans have provided it. Here we go. They'll be dancing in the streets already.
This could go on for some hours yet.
Okay, so that was our feature. You just had to be there, where we relive the Jamaican team of Nestor Carter, Michael Frater, Johan Blake, and Usain Bolt to set a new world record of 37.04 seconds to win the men's 4x100 meters relay final at the 2011 World Athletics Championships in Daegu, Korea. And like I said earlier, we are coming to you live from the National Stadium, where we'll be covering the Jamaica Athletics Invitational. It's set to run off at 7:30 this evening, and some 17 events will be on offer this evening. The women's triple jump, men's discus, men's high jump, women's 400 meters hurdles. We also have the men's 400 meters hurdles, the women's 400 meters, the men's 400 meters. We have the women's 200 meters, men's 200 meters, men's triple jump, women's 100 meters hurdles, men's 110 meters hurdles. There's also the women's 100 meters and the men's 100 meters. So with that, we take a quick break and we come back with more here on Sports Nation Live.
Good health starts with proper hydration. Hydrate your body with Hydrate. Hydrate is purified natural water from rocks 110 feet below the ground. You have never tasted water so great, yet so affordable. Yes, taste and experience it for yourself. Water at its best. Hydrate. Available also as purified alkaline water and ultra-purified distilled water. Bottled by LLNSCS Limited, a subsidiary of Max Pharmaceuticals. Call 876-983-6466.
Nationwide 90 FM is at it again. Team Revolution will clear every hurdle and sprint to the finish line as we cover the games of the 33rd Olympiad from Paris, the city of love.
Winning by daylight and setting a world record, 9.68. The wind is okay.
Nationwide's coverage is powered by our diamond sponsor, KFC. It's finger-licking good across all locations island-wide.
Outperform, outlast. With top performance. Easy Chakama. Reliable, full stop, not comma. We have the expertise for drilling and demolition. We have the power tools for plumbers and electrician. Fancy select tools, free parts and free repairs. Free parts, free repairs. 2 to 3 years. Hilton, available at Delta Supply, 106 Hagley Park Road. Call us at 876-302-6111-4. Delta Supply, we service what we sell.
Good health starts with proper hydration. Hydrate your body with Hydrate. Hydrate is purified natural water from rocks 110 feet below the ground. You have never tasted water so great, yet so affordable. Yes, taste and experience it for yourself. Water at its best. Hydrate. Available also as purified alkaline water and ultra-purified distilled water. Bottled by LLNSCS Limited, a subsidiary of Max Pharmaceuticals. Call 876-983-6466.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Sports Nation Live. I'm Alwix Baby, working out with Jermaine Compass and Sheldon Richards, my technical operators here at the National Stadium, and in studio is Sean Ferguson. We now go over to the Ligony Club where we join Wayne Walker for an update on the Apparel Spritz Open Amateur Tennis Championships. Wayne, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Alric. And yes, we're here at the Ligony Tennis Club, as you mentioned, and it's the final day of the 8-day championship, the Apparel Spritz Open Amateur Tennis Championship for 2024. And yeah, it's been gripping action so far. In fact, we've had one final so far, the men's class 3, and it's over in very, very quick time with Bradley Burnett coming away 6-1, 6-3 winner over Brian Lumley. And we're going to be talking to Bradley in just a short while. But just to tell you what's coming up next, Seth Grinnell is taking on Carl Millwood in the men's Class 2 final. That should be on court now. And the ladies' final is going to be up as well a little later on. Maureen Williams will take on Daniela Gentle Silvera. And the Class 1 men's final will see Matthew Rodriguez against Daniel Giles or Giles, depending on who you talk to. So, as I said, Bradley Burnett, it was an easy victory for him in the end, as the score would suggest, 6-1, 6-3. It was his second straight tournament win, and it's sort of indicating a bit of dominance by Bradley. Bradley, first of all, let me welcome you to the microphones of Nationwide 90 FM. Congratulations on your victory today.
Right, thank you so much.
Yeah. How was it? Take us through the game. 6-1, 6-3 suggests an easy game.
Yeah, well, the scoreline, I would beg to differ. It wasn't an easy match by any means. I had to keep my focus. I had to keep believing and, getting just the extra ball back. My opponent wasn't himself tonight. I played the last couple of weeks and he gave me a better fight, but the rounds leading up to the final for him, tired him out and he wasn't his best today, but at the end of the day, I'm very glad for the victory.
Mm-hmm. What sort of a tournament it has been for you?
Well, it has been a very tough one. I can tell you that every round was not easy. I got a scare in the second round by Sean Shelton, a former college tennis player, and had to hold my own and to just believe in myself and, just play my own game and not fall into his own. And consistency through each round, I believe, is what helped me pull me to the end.
Mm-hmm. I did mention that it's your second tournament win in as many weeks. Where was the last one?
The last one was in the Tennis Jamaica King Alarm Amateur Series, the second tournament for them. That was about 2 weeks ago, and to follow up with the win today, I'm just mind blown and grateful to God for this opportunity. I love the game. I'm coming from badminton, so the transition to tennis was, a fairly easy one for me, and I'm glad and hope that I can keep playing well.
Is it something that you want to take seriously to a point where you probably might think pro, or that ship has sailed, you think?
Well, age is just a number. I would never give up on my dreams. That has been my dream for ever since. If you asked me last year this time if I would be in this position, I'd be telling you that you're crazy, So hopefully I can, keep playing tennis. I'm not sure about the professional level. I'm really a teacher by profession. A physics teacher at Campton College. So, I'll just see what God has in store for me and, just take it in according to His will.
Thanks again, Bradley, and congratulations, and more success to you. I'm sure you're pretty much dominant on the amateur circuit, and I'm sure as soon as another amateur tournament is announced, you're going to go there because you want to consider yourself probably the top amateur at the minute.
Well, yes, that's what I'm thinking at the moment, but Class 3 is arguably the most competitive class. At the end of the day, anybody can win if they just put their mind to it and believe. We have a lot of good players here, so hopefully I can keep holding my nerve and just keep playing well.
Congrats again.
Yes, thank you so much.
All right, Bradley, go get me Lockett McGregor. We're going to be talking to the tournament organizer, Lockett McGregor, in just a short while. So you heard there from Bradley Burnett, the winner of the Class 3 men's final, 6-1, 6-3 over Brian Lumley. And to get to this final today, Bradley Burnett defeated Yannick Simpson, and Brian Lumley, he defeated Garnet Williams in his semifinal to get here. As I said, Seth Grinnell and Carl Millwood are at the minute getting ready for their men's Class 2 final. As I mentioned, it's an 8-day tournament. It started on May 4, and we were here last week, Saturday, to give you the update. At the time, it was the first round, and they went through the rounds and through the gears throughout the week, and we're here now today with these all finals of the day. Lockett McGregor has joined us right here now on Nationwide 90 FM. You're live on Sports Nation Live. Lockett McGregor, another successful tournament, you'd say, even though we've still got a couple of games to go.
Yes, so far so good. I'm really enjoying this tournament.
Yeah. What's so good about this one? Because it's spread over weekdays. People have to go to work. Normally you have tournaments where, maybe on weekends and you get it out of the way, or you have tournaments that, go towards world ranking points, so it doesn't matter whether it's in the week or not. But this one is an amateur tournament. How did you work that out? Because people have to go to work and to get here.
Well, that's one of the main reasons why we did it over a week, because then we were able to start at 5 in the evening. So we played from 5 to 9, Monday to Friday. And on the weekends, we start at 9 to 4.
Mm-hmm. And you managed to get some really top people in the amateur ranks to be here.
Yes, definitely. We have a lot of people now looking for tournaments, so the game is getting a little boost, and we're very happy for that. We're also very happy to be associated with Apparel, who is a new sponsor coming on board, and I'm sure that we'll be, talking to them again for next year and for more tournaments to come.
Mm-hmm. You say tennis is on the up and up. Where do you go from here after this tournament?
Well, it's coming on to summer now. We're looking at the Ligani Club annual summer camp, and after that we'll be looking at the October tournament here, which is the Real Equity tournament, and also we have not the Real Equity, we have the Swept Away, Cheating on Levy Cheeks Swept Away Open Tennis Championship in October.
Yeah. Would it be a rhetorical question to ask if you're still loving it, you're enjoying it still?
Every minute of it. I've never worked a day in my life because of tennis.
Yeah.
This is my job, and I enjoy it.
And you've seen so many talents grow and, gone on to do good things, and new ones come and go and so on and so forth, and you still have the passion to do it.
Yes, one of the beauty now is to, walk into a corporate building and to be greeted by someone in a managerial position who you started at age 4, and it's a really good feeling to see, running into a lot of people now that started this game like 20, 30, 40 years ago that I have been involved with.
Lockett McGregor, thanks so much again. Another successful staging of another tournament. And, we wish you all the best going forward.
Thank you very much, my brother.
All right, that's Lockett McGregor. We're here at the Ligani Tennis Club for the Aspros Spritz tournament. There are one or two other sporting events taking place up and down the country. In fact, it's on Independence, the facility at Independence Park, and we'll be heading up there shortly for more. But eventually, we'll land inside the National Stadium for coverage of the Jamaica Athletics Invitational, where a number of the big stars in world athletics are on show tonight. And with the weather holding so nicely, it should be a fantastic night in the National Stadium. We hope to have your company as we continue to bring you live sport here on Nationwide 90 FM. It's back to the National Stadium where Alex Swede is holding the fort.
Right, and we're here, like Wayne said, at the National Stadium for the Jamaica Athletics Invitational, which is set to go off at 7:30. And let me give you the lineup for the women's and men's 100 meters. There's two sections. In section 1 of the women's 100 meters, there's Serena Cole of Jamaica, Shakori Wallace of Jamaica, Tatiana Pinter of Germany, Crystal Soli, Jamaica, Ramona Burchell, Jamaica, Janelle Smith, Jamaica, Michelle Moody's, Jamaica, and Jura Levy, Jamaica. In the second section of the women's 100 meters, there is Brianna Williams of Jamaica, Tia Clayton of Jamaica, Jemima Joseph, France, Marie-Jose Talou of the Ivory Coast, Abby Steiner, USA, Kemba Nelson, Jamaica, Alana Reed, Jamaica, and Tina Clayton, Jamaica. Now, in section 1 of the men's 100 meters, there is Ashani Smith of Jamaica, Taekwondo Tracy of Jamaica, Brian Lavelle of Jamaica, Demarius Smith of the USA, Emmanuel Archibald of Guyana, O'Shane Bailey of Jamaica, and Ramon Barneswell of Jamaica. Now in section 2, there is Kadrian Goldson, Jamaica, Jerome Blake of Canada, Ronnie Baker of the USA, Julian Forth of Jamaica, Brandon Hicklin of the USA, Akeem Blake of Jamaica, Sanjay Davidson of Jamaica, and Errol Simmons of St. Kitts and Nevis. With that, we take a quick break and we come back with more here on Sports Nation Live.
Corian solid surface, so versatile and beautiful. It's non-porous, no sealing necessary, renewable and repairable, so easy to clean and maintain, and can be thermoformed into any shape. Choose Corian, the #1 solid surface in the world, when you want beauty and the best for your countertop. Visit Home International Limited, located at 104 Constance Ring Road. Telephone 755-1970 or 924-0437.
The Olympic Games 2024 live from Paris in France, exclusively on Nationwide 90 FM.
The Jamaican star shines bright once again.
Live here halfway through the Olympic finals.
This summer, Nationwide 90 FM is coming in hot.
Jamaica to the Blacks!
Nationwide 90 FM will be blazing as we bring you the games of the 33rd Olympiad live from the French capital, Paris. 16 fantastic days of competition in 41 sports.
Lovely Williams-Mills coming, McGrory flapping, her arms are waving, and Lovely Williams-Mills coming through for Jamaica's goal.
The station will bring you analysis and live coverage from the opening day of competition, Friday, July 26th to the very last day of action on Sunday, August 11th.
And some parchment! Let's go! Oh, what a run!
Everything and anything Paris Olympic Games 2024 can be heard right here on Nationwide 90 FM.
It is a glittering goal for Sharika Jackson, and how they will celebrate that back in Jamaica.
We'll capture the spirit of athleticism. We'll narrate the Olympic fever, define thrilling moments, and report on the blood, sweat, and tears of the world's greatest athletes. Nationwide 90 FM is going to the Paris Olympic Games, and we're taking you with us. Tune into Nationwide 90.3, 90.5, 90.7 and 90.9 for live updates and commentary. We'll be giving the listeners a front row seat to witness excitement, triumph and memories.
And I think it was a clean sweep for the Jamaicans.
Stay tuned to Nationwide 90 FM 24/7. Experience the Paris Olympic Games 2024 right here on the Revolution in Media Nationwide 90 FM, your Olympic Center. Exclusively on Nationwide 90 FM.
Okay, good afternoon and welcome back to Sports Nation Live. I'm Alric Swaby, working out at the National Stadium at the Jamaica Athletics Invitational with my technical team, Jermaine Compass and Sheldon Richards, and in studio is Sean Ferguson. We'll be talking some football now as the Professional Football Jamaica Limited, PFJL, has collaborated with Malta to introduce the Elite Under-17 Development Football Program. This is a junior-level training initiative offering opportunities for young talents to further ignite passion for the sport and channel true Jamaican energy. CEO of the PFJL, Owen Hill, says the program aims to provide a pathway for young players to progress into local, international, or regional clubs and academies.
The right people are behind the movement. So give thanks. Give thanks to everybody who is here. Gives me great pleasure to speak to you this evening. To welcome and really cordially invite you to the official kickoff of the UDP. I want that to etch in your minds. The UDP. Powered by our title partners, Malta. So it's the UDP powered by Malta. And UDP means Youth Development Program under 17. So the launch event can be seen as the first 10 minutes in a football game. Early jitters, coaches feeling out each other, players feeling out each other. And we really want to ensure that the teams are really ready for what is to come. Why I reference it that way? Well, it's because this is a pilot development program. Let me reiterate that. It's a pilot development program. And it's really just for a few of our youth players within the professional club ecosystem. So I'm sure that there will be questions about which teams are participating in this pilot. We have the answers. So Jamaica Footballing Efforts and Outcomes has its genesis at the grassroots level, and as such the program offers that holistic view in an effort to raise the skills and technical abilities of the next generation talents, both the player and the coaches. So, and I mean, I'll probably go as far as to tell you an extension, the referees. So it's an entire development of the ecosystem. So Nelson Mandela, I love this quote. He says, sport has the power to change the world. So in a country where there are many challenges, some more pressing than others, the sport of football provides us with a vehicle to empower our people, players, and communities. When I was thinking about what I would say today, I reflected, and what came to my mind was our golden generation. We had a golden generation. Anybody knew when that golden generation of football was in our country? I like that answer. So the one that I am referencing is that 94 to 98, 99 period. In that period, we went to the World Cup, the Men's World Cup. First in our history, we went to the Under-17 World Cup in New Zealand in 1999. And we did so again at the Under-20 level in 2001. What that says to me is that there was a strong grassroots program at KC all the way through. So the talent that existed at the U13, U15 level, they were the ones who transitioned all the way through. And it showed in the outcomes that we had. So our most recent youth expose at the world level was in Mexico in 2011. And I suspect that we will be there somewhere in 2025, because in Qatar, that's where the next U17 championships will be held. So we were dominating at the time, and the energy essentially was very good. People drove from far and wide to watch football in our country, no matter the time of day. And for me, that's what we're trying to ignite again at every level, where the players stand out, the clubs stand out, the overall football ecosystem. And make no joke about it, football is the #1 sport in our country. Football is the #1 sport in our country, and I would say worldwide. So in looking ahead, the concept here is not to create an elite, it's to create an elite level junior football development program at the club level, essential to the national development of our sport. This program will enable our youth players to improve their technical and tactical skills in a manner that will be globally adaptable. Mandatory coaching education will be embedded in the delivery of the program with outcomes such as individual clubs and player development plans being implemented. So we're not just trying to create a football tournament where everybody tries to win and you win at all costs. No, we're looking at developing our talent and by extension allow them to be globally adaptable. I think Craig has delivered that point every single day. Once we build them, they will come. They will come. So performance statistics will be a part of the program. Data science will be employed in the execution. And the expectation is that the players and the clubs will emerge better from this initiative. So, as we have highlighted to the media, this program is one of the key drivers of growth in the strategic business plan for professional football in Jamaica. And we are excited about its prospects. To our title partner, Malta, I am very, very elated. We salute you for stepping up to the plate, believing in us, believing in our youth, ensuring that you lead the charge as first movers. And I promise you, I know that there are many people knocking at your doors asking for partnership opportunities, but I promise you that we will make this program worth your while, and next year we'll be talking in a different language. Once again, on behalf of the PFGL, the Board of Directors and Management, I thank you for being here, and I trust that your support throughout the entire program and the incubation period will be forthcoming as we keep raising the bar. Randomly selected because we really wanted to start with a pilot. Again, we know the realities. We know that not all clubs would be ready, and luckily for us, the 4 clubs that were selected were ready. They have strong youth programs currently existing, so it was an easy merger to assimilate those 4 clubs in this pilot program. As you would have seen through your brochure, it's over 3 months. So essentially we're having games trying to drive the development of the players, and hopefully we get a larger cohort in session number 2. But session number 1 starts with 4 clubs, and we hope that more people will see and love what we're doing, and it becomes that snowball effect.
An extension of that, sir, before we move. You said under 17.
Yeah.
And some Premier League clubs,
right,
under 17 players playing for the first team.
Right.
So if a club has an under 17 player playing in the first league, is he allowed to play in the under 17 competition also?
Certainly. We're not barring any player. This is a development program. Again, let me reiterate. We're not trying to create that mentality where it's a win at all cost approach. We are developing talent. So I remember playing against Chippy and he was 13. And we were 19 and 20 and 21. 14. There you go, 11. So we played practice games against Phoenix at the time while we were playing at UWI, conditioning ourselves, and Craig was one of the pioneers. I mean, he always blooded young players, regardless of their age. Once you have the talent, you are out there on the pitch. So we're saying under 17, but if you're 13 and you're good enough, then we hope that the coaches will empower the players and give them an opportunity to play.
This question is for the Steve Owen. You have, in my opinion, the academies that have been in Jamaica, whether it's the Winchester or the Ballers or the Phoenix or the Mount Pleasant, have actually been doing a lot of work in developing the youth. And whilst you chose from 14 teams, none of the academies would have been within those 14 teams, with the exception of Mount Pleasant. The question I have for you is, when you go to the next level, and I would suggest it move within this year, because the rest of the world is moving much faster than we are. You need to I'm asking you, would you be considering involving the academies? Because in truth and fact, if you look at the history, in recent history, not when I was growing or Burtis, but in recent history, it is the academies that have been developing the youth. And if you look at the clubs, one of the things that they have been saying is that it's not their jobs to develop the youth. And I believe that it is. So, will you be looking at including these academies so that these young players have an even playing field?
Excellent question. It's a question that boggles my mind all the time. Personally, I know of the work of the academies, and I've seen it. So the short answer is yes, they will be a part of the conversation. The other answer is there are some legal frameworks that the academies will need to undertake. There's an academic policy that is currently being piloted as well through the JFF. So I suspect once those legal parameters are, adhered to, the conversation will definitely go into that direction. But I like the fact that you have started that conversation and you consistently promulgate that. And we hope that everybody in the space knows that for our growth to happen, then we have to be inclusive.
Okay, CEO of the PFJL, Owen Hill there. Now, through this program, clubs will have the opportunity to participate using their best junior players between the ages of 15 to 17 and will involve 4 Premier League clubs: Onyx Gardens, Waterhouse, Portmore United and Harbourview. PFJL, in collaboration with these clubs, will administer 3 football festivals where teams will compete in an equitable format to determine the champions on the day. The games will follow traditional football competition rules and will be hosted over 3 consecutive months, starting on May 25 and ending on July 27, where the teams will compete against each other. Malta brand manager Jodian Campbell says the program aims to equip the players and their parents or guardians with the essential tools to improve their personal and social development skills.
I'm thrilled to announce the partnership with the PFJL under our Malta Sparks platform to launch a pilot youth development program for football. But before I get into the Malta plans to support grassroots football, I wanted to talk a little bit more about the Malta Sparks program and what was the need for that program being born out of us supporting our caregivers. For Malta, caregivers are more than just mommy and daddy. They are the everyday person that has taken the responsibility of consistently showing up to support the ones they love. This person could be a family member, a partner, a relative, even a neighbor, and they are the people within our community who play a vital role in our lives. And we need to energize them and so that they can continue to show up for us when we need them. Through our Malta Sparks program, we aim to tangibly celebrate the role of our caregivers. We aim to empower them, and we want to ensure we give them the tools and the knowledge to better support us. After all, our island's culture undoubtedly promotes care and community, so Malta wants to empower our caregivers so that they can unlock the Jamaican energy. But how does this all fit back into developmental football for Jamaica, right? The developmental program is designed to nurture and develop promising young footballers, particularly those under 17, foster their growth both on and off the field. However, beyond the field of football, our initiative is also about providing the tools and knowledge to our caregivers so that they can better support the young footballers to excel and progress to greater levels in the sport. Sports, especially football, means a lot to the Jamaican youth. For many, football fosters a sense of belonging, teamwork, and for some, football offers them a chance to break free from the constraints of their circumstances and reaching for something greater besides just academics. Thus, with the Malta Underdevelopment Program, we have crafted workshops with prominent and fitting session leaders who will provide these footballers and their caregivers with the expertise on personal and social development, holistic health, and of course, technical skills on the field. Therefore, by leveraging our expertise of the PFJL, we aim to deliver an excellent developmental football program that will propel the sport to new heights in Jamaica. And so, on behalf of the Malta team, we're excited to start this pilot program, and Owen, we're definitely looking forward to a really great program for this season and looking for the pilot. So next year, we can only do bigger and better things.
Okay, so that was Jodian Campbell, brand manager for Malta. Now, as we said earlier, we're coming live from the National Stadium. We'll be covering the Jamaica Athletics Invitational, which is set to go off at 7:30 this evening. And just a reminder, just to let you know that the bleachers is free. So if you want to come on down, the bleachers is free. You can go online and get a ticket for the bleachers. You can't just walk in, you have to get a ticket. But it is free. Go online and get a ticket, or you can come to the ticket office at the stadium and you should be able to get a ticket to enter the bleachers. That is free. Our patrons are steadily rolling into the venue, both on the bleachers and grandstand section. So we expect a lot of excitement for this, the inaugural Jamaica Athletics Invitational here at the National Stadium. Now, like we mentioned earlier, there's a galaxy of stars here for this meet. We gave you the lineup for the men and women's 100 meters earlier. Now let me give you the lineup for the women's 100 meters hurdles as well as the men's 110 meters hurdles. Now for the women's 100 meters hurdles, there's Gabby Cunningham of the USA, Yannick Thompson of Jamaica, Christina Clemens of USA, Daniel Williams of Jamaica, Toby Amerson of Nigeria, Neil Ali, USA, Letitia Baptia, France, and Rochelle Burton of Jamaica. Now for the men's 110 meters hurdles, There is LaFrance Campbell of Jamaica, Damian Thomas of Jamaica, Daniel Roberts of the USA, Jamal Britt of USA, Orlando Bennett of Jamaica, Eric Edwards of the USA, and Andre Harris of Jamaica. So the men's 110 meters hurdles seems like it will be a straight battle between Jamaica and the USA with 1, 2, 3, 4 Jamaicans in the lineup and 3 Americans. With that, we take a break and we come back with more here on Sports Nation Live.
A mother's journey of love shared from generation to generation gives her the ultimate relaxation and escape to Adam and Eve Day Spa and Salon for a mommy-made new experience. Book now at www.adamandevespaja.com. Purchase gift certificates or call 876-754-6017. Get mom the perfect gift of love. This Mother's Day, let Team Adam and Eve take her on a spa journey. She deserves it. Get ready for a show like no other. That's right. Every Sunday from 8:15 p.m. to 9:15 p.m., we're bringing you the Harvest Hour, only on Nationwide 90 FM. Join us as we dive into a soothing religious program created for your mind, body, and soul. The World Harvest Mission Church, creators of the Harvest Hour, is dedicated to making your Sundays God-fearing and saintly. Get a front row seat to moving sermons and affectionate worshiping. That's the Harvest Hour, every Sunday from 8:15 p.m. to 9:15 p.m. only on Nationwide 90 FM, the new revolution in media.
Come into the parlor, there's a welcome there for you.
Welcome to the Mayor's Parlor with Desmond McKenzie.
From 1 to 6 p.m. every Sunday, you'll now get more of your favorite vintage music.
Put your head on my shoulder.
Nationwide 90 FM will transform your Sunday into a musical time machine that will take you way back.
Come with me. Let's go back in time.
This magic moment.
Journey into yesteryear with Desmond McKenzie in the Mayor's Parlor.
I've got the music to jog your memory and make you smile.
Put your sweet lips a little closer to the phone.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the best in vintage music.
Come into the Mayor's Parlor every Sunday between 1 and 6 p.m. here on Nationwide 90 FM, a revolution in media.
The Olympic Games 2024 live from Paris in France, exclusively on Nationwide 90 FM.
The Jamaican star shines bright once again.
Live here halfway through an Olympic final.
This summer, Nationwide 90 FM is coming in hot.
Jamaica to the Blacks!
Nationwide 90 FM will be blazing as we bring you the games of the 33rd Olympiad live from the French capital, Paris. 16 fantastic days of competition in 41 sports.
Noveline Williams-Mills coming, McCrory flapping, her arms are waving, and Noveline Williams-Mills coming through for Jamaica's goal.
The station will bring you analysis and live coverage from the opening day of competition, Friday, July 26th to the very last day of action on Sunday, August 11th.
And some parchment, let's go! Oh, what a run!
Everything and anything Paris Olympic Games 2024 can be heard right here on Nationwide 90 FM.
It is a glittering goal for Sharika Jackson, and how they will celebrate that back in Jamaica.
We'll capture the spirit of athleticism. We'll narrate the Olympic fever, define thrilling moments, and report on the blood, sweat, and tears of the world's greatest athletes. Nationwide 90 FM is going to the Paris Olympic Games, and we're taking you with us. Tune into Nationwide 90.3, 90.5, 90.7 and 90.9 for live updates and commentary. We'll be giving the listeners a front row seat to witness excitement, triumph and memories.
And I think it was a clean sweep for the Jamaicans.
Stay tuned to Nationwide 90 FM 24/7. Experience the Paris Olympic Games 2024 right here on the Revolution in Media Nationwide 90 FM, your Olympic Center. Exclusively on Nationwide 90 FM.
Okay, good evening and welcome back to Sports Nation Live. This is Alrix Raby. I'm working out at the National Stadium with Jermaine Compass and Sheldon Richards, and in studio we have Sean Ferguson. We're here at the National Stadium, as I said earlier. We will be covering the Jamaica Athletics Invitational, which is set to run off at 7:30 this evening. But we'll be continuing with the football theme as the second leg, the semi-final two of the Rare Never Jamaica Premier League between Waterhouse and defending champions Mount Pleasant ended 1-1 on Sunday at Sabina Park. In the first minute of the second half, Javane Bryan struck to give Waterhouse the lead. Mount Pleasant found the equalizer in the 73rd minute through Suli Makala. The return match is set for May 12 at Sabina Park. Now we're joined online by Waterhouse player Keith Simpson, and we are hoping to get in contact with Kimon Bailey of Mount Pleasant. But Keith Simpson, good evening and welcome to the show.
Yeah, man, good evening. Thanks for having me.
It's our pleasure. Keith Simpson, Waterhouse in the semi-finals. You are up against the defending champions. But before we go deep into it, just give me your thoughts on how you think the team performed in the first leg of the semi-final.
First and foremost, to be honest, when you're going up against the number one team in the country, you have to pull off a good performance if you want to match them. You know, and I think the team, Waterhouse, we did well. You know, we stuck to the task. You know, we carried out the game plan when it was brought to us. We did a fairly good job, you know, and we were okay in most parts of the game, and I think we did fairly well enough to get a draw.
Right, like you said, you were okay in most parts of the game. Which are some of the areas that you think you fell down on?
Well, our finishing, you could see, you know, we didn't put away some of the chances we got. You know, we had a guilty miss, but that's football, you know, and if you don't put away your chances against big teams whenever you catch them, it's going to hurt you, you know, and unfortunately we gave up a soft goal, but as I said, it's football, you know, we went back to the drawing board all week, you know, put in the work. You know, work on our game plan, you know, to move towards the game. So we are looking forward to it.
Right. Going up against Mount Pleasant, they had a 2 weeks break. Did you and your teammates believe that, well, they would have been a bit match rusty coming into this match?
Well, not playing for a month, you know, in a official game, it's always going to take a toll on your performance, you know, the team performance and a whole. But when you have a good team with good players, you know, they'll eventually find a way, you know, and for us, it's not going to be easy, and we all know that. You know, it's a tough team, and if we don't show up on the day and produce the goods, then it's not going to turn out in our favor.
Right. Waterhouse is a team that is known to produce big results. However, you were going up against the defending champions and the league, the team that topped the league. Tell me, going in as the underdog, a slight underdog, nonetheless, did that give you some confidence knowing that you were the team that had to prove anything?
Yeah, it's evident. It's no two ways to it. We are the underdogs. You know, we are playing against the giants in the country at the moment. You know, so it should motivate all of us. You know, you're playing against the number one team. That's where scouts gonna see our players. You know, if you perform against a Mount Pleasant in Jamaica, definitely people is going to see you. So, as I would say to my teammates, especially the younger ones, these are the games that they use, you know, to showcase their talent. So, as a team, we look forward to it. As I said before, you know, we have a coaching staff, you know, that coach us down to the details to ensure that we understand the game plan, you know, and I think everybody is in the game. And tomorrow, you could definitely look for a good game of football.
Right. And speaking of tomorrow, after Sunday's break, how did you and the team? I know you don't want to give away too much of a secret, but how did you and your team prepare to go up against Mount Pleasant in this return leg?
Well, strategy-wise, you know, we don't discuss that, but, you know, we've been working hard. That much I could say, because it's going to take more than just hard work. You know, it's going to take a little heart, a little desire, you know, and at the end, it's who want it more. You know, they want to retain their title, and we want to break the long drought. So it's just going to be a cracker. You know, a game that everybody would want to watch, not miss. You know, it's going to be a good game of football. We have been preparing well, you know, and we did our final preparation this morning, and everybody is resting for tomorrow.
And there are no injury concerns?
No injury concerns at the moment.
Right. And you mentioned wanting to break the drought of not Olympic, but a Premier League title. But tell me, we know how vocal or strong the Waterhouse supporters are. Is this a pressure on you and your players, your teammates, to bring home a title for the community?
Well, we know that the fans want to win first and foremost. You know, which fan or any team fan base would not want to win a trophy? It's evident. You know, and it's been a long while. You know, so then they want to see the trophy come back to Waterhouse, but I don't think it's any added pressure on the players. You know, especially from the backroom staff itself, there's no pressure. You know, they just give us the best equipment and the environment so we could carry out the job at hand, you know, and fulfill the task.
Right, and we are joined now by Kimon Bailey of Mount Pleasant. Kimon, good evening, welcome to the show.
Yes, good evening.
Okay, let me go straight to you, Kimon. You went into the first leg of this semi-final as slight favorites. Tell me, did you underestimate Waterhouse in any way? They were able to score first, and you did not find the equalizer until the 73rd minute. Was it a case of you underestimating Waterhouse, or you just had a bit of match rust?
Well, at no given point, it's not just Waterhouse, but no team that Mount Pleasant go against. We have players and as our coaches, we don't say underestimate any team at all. So going into every game, we always go out there to play. We don't underestimate any team at all.
Right. Now you will be going into the second leg of the semifinals. But when you look back at the first leg, what were some of the things that you and the entire team would have looked at and say, well, we need to improve that if we are to get the better of what?
Okay, well, what I would say, we need to capitalize on our chances. You get me? Because as you can see, in most parts of the game, we have better position. But for me, I think Waterhouse play more hungry. They're more hungry than us. But for most part of it, we control the game, but the ball is round, so at any given point, the table can turn.
So I guess you and the Mount Pleasant team will have to fast for tomorrow's match against Waterhouse, so that you come out even hungrier than the Waterhouse team. As the defending champions, as the preliminary round champions, how much of a pressure, how much of a motivation is that for you to retain the title and to show that, hey, topping the league in the preliminary round wasn't a fluke?
Well, as I said, it's not much of a pressure, and like everyone wants to win. Like every team wants to win, so it's not much of a pressure. We just have to go out there and execute because we have quality players there, even on the bench. You know what I mean? So all we have to do is go out there and execute.
Right, and I'm going to ask both of you this question. Let me start with Keith. When you look at the size of the crowd at the venue on Sunday, it was very encouraging. How much of a push did that give you and the players to come out and do your best? Let me start with you, Kitty.
Man. It's massive. Trust me. When you're a professional football player, and you have a fan base, when you're out of energy, that's where you look to get the electricity from, to be electrified, to go on to finish a game. So when you have thousands of people out there, shouting, encouraging you, pushing you to do better, it's somewhat a magnificent feeling, man, to any player at all.
Right, and Kimon, the fact that your fans would have travelled with the team into Kingston to give their support, it must have been a motivational factor to say, okay, let's give them something to feel good about going back home.
Yes, definitely, because my first year at Mount Pleasant, I could see that the people of Sinton, they really love the sport. They really love the team, Mount Pleasant. So to see them travel, it's not surprising because they will support us anywhere we go. So to see them come out like this, it's a joy for us, you know what I mean? And it really motivates us to just go out there and make sure we can execute and make them happy.
Right, and Suli McCullough has been a standout player throughout the tournament so far. Tell me how would you describe him? What sort of a talent would you say he is?
Suli McCullough is a very experienced player, as you know, and at this stage, it's not like nothing new to him. So he's used to this atmosphere, you know what I mean? So to be here and he's executing, it's nothing surprising. It's something he always do, you know what I mean? So to see him like this, he's a leader, a great leader also. So to see him doing all this is not surprising for us, but maybe for the people that's watching or who doesn't know Sule Makala, it would be surprising. But for us, it's just the norm. And for him, I also know it's just the norm.
Right. And tell me, when you look at this Waterhouse team, is there a particular player or players that you would have been paying close attention to?
Well, yeah, definitely. They have a great structure. They have a great team. So, and to how you see it, they have dangerous players, like Javane Bryan and their number 10, I don't really remember his name, but they have great players, you know what I mean? So when we're going out there, we don't underestimate anyone, as I said before, you know what I mean? But it's a great team, so we're not going to go out there and say, no, it's just Waterhouse, and we're going to let them go or anything like that, you know what I mean?
Right, and Kitty Simpson, let me ask you, when you look at the Mount Pleasant team, you have the Suli McCullers and others. Is there a particular player or players that you and your teammates have been looking out for, a player or players that you think, if given the chance, will hurt Waterhouse?
Well, first and foremost, they're around the team. A really good team, properly coached and everything. And we are speaking to one of the most electrifying player in the league right now. He's here with us. Very busy. Good talent. And we have to just try to contain, their threats as much as possible because it's not a threat that you can take lightly. Well, you try not to take any at all lightly, but Mount Pleasant threat is a very powerful one. And if you are able to withstand it, then you're on your pathway to victory.
Right, and speaking of victory, without giving away too much, what you think would be key for Waterhouse to come out on top?
More than anything else, I think it's character. Individual quality. How everyone go about their business tomorrow. That's key. All the effort, all the hard work, everything has been put in all week, all season. So it's just for the players, mentally and physically to show up on the day, and produce the goods.
Right, and Kimon, let me ask you the same question. What you think would be key for you and your Mount Pleasant teammates to come out on top?
Character. Just go out there with the same mindset and know that we have to come out with the victory because there's a lot on the table. So we just have to come out with the victory. We have to show character. We have to be disciplined. So that's just it for us.
Okay, finally, I'm going to give both of you an opportunity just to thank your fans and supporters for continuing to rally behind the teams and encourage them to come out again tomorrow and give their support, be that 12 man. Let me start with you, Kimoni.
Okay, yes, so Mount Pleasant fans, we'll definitely need you guys. I'm sure I'm not going to have to ask, but I know they will be there to support us to the end, So just come out and give us your all, cheer for us, and hopefully we'll come out victorious,
Right, and Keith Simpson, what would you love to say to your supporters?
Well, first and foremost, I'd like to, send my well wishes to Kimoni and the team and all the best for tomorrow. May the team that show up win. Good luck, baller. And to the fans, we truly appreciate what you have been doing. And tomorrow we look forward to another fantastic atmosphere, to cheer us on, both fans, because it's good for not only teams, but for the country. The look and everything, it has been electrifying, and we want to really show our appreciation to the fans, because without them, it's not going to be this picture. And the picture that we have now, it's a good brand, and we appreciate all that they have been doing, and we hope they continue to do it for years to come. Thanks a lot to the fans.
Okay, gentlemen, again, congratulations on reaching the semifinals of the Rare Never Jamaica Premier League, and we wish you all the best come tomorrow.
Definitely. And I want to say all the best to Keity, the captain and the team also, and the Waterhouse Massive. Let us give them a show for our fans and may the best team win also.
Okay, so that was Kimoni Bailey, player of Mount Pleasant, and also Keith Simpson, a player from Waterhouse. They'll both be meeting in semi-final one of the Jamaica Premier League at Savannah Park come tomorrow. Before we go, let me give you the lineup for the men's triple jump for the Jamaica Athletics Invitational that is set to run off in a short while here at the National Stadium. We have Jaden Hibbert of Jamaica, Sean D. Thompson of Jamaica, Janai Perrin Chief of Bermuda, Jordan Scott of Jamaica, O'Brien Winsome of Jamaica, Kiwane Kulmer of the Bahamas, and Chen Getai Mapayi of Zimbabwe. So that's the lineup for the men's triple jump here at the National Stadium, the Jamaica Athletics Invitational. We take a break and we come back with more here on Sports Nation Live.
Get ready for a show like no other. That's right. Every Sunday from 8:15 p.m. to 9:15 p.m., we're bringing you the Harvest Hour, only on Nationwide 90 FM. Join us as we dive into a soothing religious program created for your mind, body, and soul. The World Harvest Mission Church, creators of the Harvest Hour, is dedicated to making your Sundays God-fearing and saintly. Get a front row seat to moving sermons and affectionate worshiping. That's the Harvest Hour, every Sunday from 8:15 p.m. to 9:15 p.m. only on Nationwide 90 FM, the new revolution in media.
The Olympic Games 2024 live from Paris in France, exclusively on Nationwide 90 FM.
The Jamaican star shines bright once again.
Live here halfway tree in Olympic finals.
This summer, Nationwide 90 FM is coming in hot.
Jamaica to the blacks!
Nationwide 90 FM will be blazing as we bring you the games of the 33rd Olympiad live from the French capital, Paris. 16 fantastic days of competition in 41 sports.
Noblin Williams-Mills coming, McCrory flapping, her arms are waving, and Noblin Williams-Mills coming through for Jamaica's goal.
The station will bring you analysis and live coverage from the opening day of competition, Friday, July 26th to the very last day of action on Sunday, August 11th.
And some parchment! Let's go! Oh, what a run!
Everything and anything Paris Olympic Games 2024 can be heard right here on Nationwide 90 FM.
It is a glittering goal for Sharika Jackson, and how they will celebrate that back in Jamaica.
We'll capture the spirit of athleticism. We'll narrate the Olympic fever, define thrilling moments, and report on the blood, sweat, and tears of the world's greatest athletes. Nationwide 90 FM is going to the Paris Olympic Games, and we're taking you with us. Tune into Nationwide 90.3, 90.5, 90.7 and 90.9 for live updates and commentary. We'll be giving the listeners a front row seat to witness excitement, triumph and memories.
And I think it was a clean sweep for the Jamaicans.
Stay tuned to Nationwide 90 FM 24/7. Experience the Paris Olympic Games 2024 right here on the Revolution in Media Nationwide 90 FM, your Olympic Center. Exclusively on Nationwide 90 FM.
Sports Nation Live. I'm Alrix Raby. We are coming to you live from the National Stadium at the Jamaica Athletics Invitational. I'm working out here with Jermaine Compass and Sheldon Richards, and in studio is Sean Ferguson. Now we continue with the Jamaica Premier League. Now Cavalier came from behind to earn a 1-1 draw with Arnett Gardens in the first leg of their semi-final of the Rare Never Jamaica Premier League at Savannah Park on May 6. Jaheim Thomas gave Arnett the lead in the 40th minute. Dalmarco Calvin equalized for Cavaliers 3 minutes later. Arnett's coach Xavier Gilbert had a mixed reaction to the results.
A little bit disappointed with the way we execute for some parts of the game based on what we discussed and what we know was coming at us. I didn't think we handled some of the situations good. I didn't think we make some good decisions, and for that I'm a little bit disappointed, but happy that we're heading into the next leg and we're not trailing. I thought we took too long to adjust, they came and high press us, and we spoke about things like these, way to get out of the press is either through or over. And we were trying to play through. It wasn't working and we took way too long to get over. But nevertheless, we fixed some of the things, and as long as we put down the ball and settle, there are a lot of openings that created for us. I didn't think our decision making up top was the best, and I think that's where we faltered tonight.
Xavier Gilbert, coach of Cavalier Rudolph Speed, says the teams were evenly matched.
Arnett Garden, started tentatively. We had the upper hand, but they came into their own, and then they got the goal against Roundup there, and that kind of energized them. But I thought it was a pretty good game from both teams, and fit enough for a semi-final.
Rudolph Speed, we are joined online by coach of Arnett Gardens, Xavier Gilbert. We are trying to reach. Okay, and we also have online Rudolph Speed, technical director of Cavalier. Gentlemen, good evening. Welcome to the show.
Good evening and thanks for having me. Good evening,
Good evening. Thank you for having me.
Right. Let's jump right in. Let me start with you, Coach Speed. You went into the semifinals. You had a couple of weeks break. Did you see some match rust on your players going into that first leg of the semifinals?
Well, first month break, not a couple of weeks, but a month break. But we needed a rest because we had played 36 games, traveling all over the Caribbean and the US, United States, and the Caribbean Cup and CONCACAF League. So we definitely played more games than all the other teams in the competition. So we needed a break, and it was welcome. It was a bit too long, but, you know, we are one of those teams. We don't complain. We go by the rules and we fight it out, everything that we got when the time comes.
Right, and let me bring Xavier into the conversation. Xavier, you would have recognized that Cavaliers would have had a month break. Tell me, did you think that, did you have it in the back of your mind that they would have been a bit rusty and you would try to exploit that early in the competition? And did it happen, if so?
Yes and no. I wouldn't use rusty as a term. But probably wouldn't be as game sharp. But again, it's what you do over the break. They, as Mr. Speed alluded to, they had an extended season. You know, they played more games than us, so they would have been re-energized and ready to go. And we saw that on Sunday. You know, they really came at us. And we just didn't adjust as quickly as we should have.
Your team went through a bruising quarterfinals. Did you see some tired legs on your players when you went up in the first leg of the semifinals?
I wouldn't say tired legs, but the season, it's been a long season, so fatigue, we know that fatigue would have set in somewhat. And it will take a toll on the players. However, we try as best as possible to manage and do as best as we can to recover, to get the players properly recovered and ready for any encounter. We know that in order for you to, if you're vying for the championship, these are some of the things that you're going to come up against. I'm mindful of that, and we were aware of that, so we prepare accordingly.
Right, and Coach Speed, when you saw that Arnett Gardens would have gone ahead in the 40th minute, were you concerned in any way? And did you have to do a bit of rejigging of your team to come up with that early equalizer?
No, we're very concerned. I mean, if you're just running the statistics, once you go behind, most likely you're going to lose against another quality team. So the best result that we thought we would get in that game, being realistic, unless they gave it away, would have been a draw. So they were relieved when they got the equalizer, but once you're coming from the attack, it's always an uphill effort. We know that if they were willing to give it away, then we'd take it, but they didn't. So we were satisfied with it, yeah.
In your post-match interview, you would have mentioned that the teams were evenly matched. Now that you would have seen each other and know what each other have to offer, and I know you don't want to give away too much of your secret, but what are some of the areas that you would have wanted to strengthen to be more effective against your opponent come Sunday?
Well, I still think we evenly matched. In the last 6 games, we have won 2 and it 1-2 and 2 have been drawn. So there could have never been 2 teams more evenly matched in the last occasion when we meet, when I think it matters. So I'm sure Coach Gilbert have a couple of tricks up his sleeve. He would have seen what we did in the first half. But I don't think none of those games are count for anything. I just believe it's a brand new game. It has gone out to only 90 minutes now because we're tied 1-1. I have to be prepared for whatever they bring and bring what we and then we'll bring what we have on our own to see if we can get the best out of it. So all I can say is it's gonna be an exciting game. We don't know the way it's gonna turn, but be prepared. Whether we have to do the same thing over first high or play in transition, whatever it is, whatever it takes, we'll get it ready.
And Coach Xavier, you are a bit disappointed with patches of your team's performance in the first leg of the semi-finals. I'm sure you would have gone to the training ground and work on those. How confident are you that the players are mentally ready? They are physically ready. Would have seen that in the first leg, but mentally ready to take on this task and move forward into the finals.
I mean, it's a tough encounter. We are aware of that. We have beaten them all season. They have managed to get the better of us in the first leg, and then we drew the other two. And it's always been competitive, and we don't expect anything less. And we just hope that we can come out and execute and make the least amount of mistakes. And that's what it's going to boil down to, you know. The team that makes the least amount of mistakes and capitalize when the opportunities are, when those moments comes along. The moments that count at this level, we want to see if we can make our moments count. And of course, hope that they don't make their moments count. And I think that's what it's going to boil down to over the 90 minutes.
Cavaliers is a youthful team. They have been so over the years. So you know they'll be running long and hard. Are you a player that concentrate on particular players that you believe can hurt your team, or you will be concentrating on the entire team, seeing that the quality that they have?
We'll have to concentrate on all the players. They're a quality team. I mean, we see how far they went in the CONCACAF Club Championship, and they did extremely well. So we are mindful of the quality that they possess, and they possess the quality right across the pitch. But we also are aware of some persons that can hurt us, and that will hurt us if we don't pay some attention to them. But the quality that they possess, anyone can hurt us, and we are mindful of that. And we just want to, as best as possible, curtail the strength that they possess, and hopefully we can capitalize on any openings that are on offer today.
Speed, what will it take for Cavaliers to come out on top? What are the key factors you think your team will have to show up on the day with to come out on top, to be crowned winners?
Well, first I think we're going to need more than one goal. I don't think one will be enough. Garden is one of the best attacking teams in the country, so they will attack, and they have some very talented players. Probably one of the players in the league that they call the X Factor, which is Fabian Reed. I mean, he's like the Pokemon. He will just turn up at the death and finish you off. That's a real player that everybody would like to have, and Arnett have him. So we know what we are up against. I think we have to score at least twice to win this game. It give Arnett some comfort because they probably don't have to score one to win the game. But you know, Cavaliers is one of those teams. We went to semifinals last year. We only won one. We have been in the semifinals for 6 years straight. We pride our consistency. We have been to 2 finals in the last 3 years. You know, we are one of those teams that's gonna come and match there and give everything that we got. And we think that should be enough. We'll be able to adapt. I think we're an adaptable team that can adapt to different situations. So those are our strengths that we'll bring to the game, and it is enough to get by Arnett, get the match in our favor.
The atmosphere in the venue on Sunday was electrifying. There were fans shouting from the first match into your match. Tell me, how much did that motivate you, push your team's speed to at least come away with a point? Coach Speed?
Oh, well, I mean, we're not a team that carry a lot of spectators. We are really, everybody's second best favorite team, otherwise some of our spectators. So we know a lot of people support us, they like the brand, they like our project. But there's no doubt in my mind that Arnett Guard will be the one that have the spectators in the game. So one of the things that we try to do the game from early, by being the aggressors, and we might try something else, but it's good good to get them out of the game because Arnett Guard is a vibe team whenever they make good plays, the spectators is up and encouraging them and they run a little bit more. So we're aware of that factor and we have to nullify it. So we know we have to nullify that factor too.
And Coach Gilbert, how much of a benefit is it for you and your team when you have such a strong support behind you?
I mean, I think it's always good. As Mr. Speed alluded to, is the reality is a team that loves the vibes, and I think once the spectators are in and give them that added motivation, they'll go a little bit harder. And again, it's not gonna be easy. We just have to come out and execute as best as possible. You know, it will have its advantage. But however, if they are not on their game, of course, then I mean the spectators will let the players know as well. So it has its advantage and disadvantage. And we're just hopeful that we can get the crowd behind us, and it will play a factor in motivating the team to move forward.
Okay, finally, let me give both of you an opportunity to tell Jamaica why they should come out and see some exciting football at Sabina Park tomorrow. Let me start with you, Coach Gilbert, since you have the larger fan base.
Well, I mean, yeah, we might have a lot, yes, but I don't think that'll factor. Both teams will have to come out and play, and we just want to entertain the crowd. We'll do our best, and I'm sure that the Cavaliers have some very young, excited players, and we'll be on show, and we just want to entertain the spectators. I think they were thrilled last time out, and we just want to replicate or even better that performance. And we're going to give it our all. It's the top football in the country. There's some young talents on show, and hopefully that we won't disappoint them.
Okay, and finally, Coach Speed, what you want to say to Jamaica, encouraging them to come out?
I think that, I mean, everybody who can come down to Sabina Park, there was some more spaces in the venue, and the last time they need to come and fill up those spaces. I mean, the price is cheap. You're going to be entertained. You're going to be entertained by the Fantastic Four. I mean, who are the best clubs in Jamaica. These clubs have a lot of titles between each, you know. These are clubs that have won the title before, all four clubs. I think about 10 or 11 times. These four clubs are really on top of their form now. They couldn't decide a winner in the first leg. So the drama, the excitement, that is going to be there. This is something that you really don't want to miss, fans. And you should come out and fill up the rest of slots that are there. That wasn't in use. So all I can say, you'll get your value for your money. Everybody should be there.
Okay, Coach Xavier Gilbert and Technical Director Rudolph Speed, thanks much for stopping by and sharing your thoughts with us. We wish you all the best come tomorrow.
No, thanks, I appreciate it.
Okay, so that was Coach of Arnett Garden Xavier Gilbert and Technical Director of Cavaliers Rudolph Speed. They'll be meeting in the semifinals of the Ray and Never Jamaica Premier League at Sabina Park tomorrow. The first match is set for 5 p.m. As I said earlier, we've been saying throughout the show, we're coming to you live from the National Stadium at the Jamaica Athletics Invitational, and we have a galaxy of stars to put on a show for the patrons here at the stadium. We have been giving you the lineup throughout the coverage. Now, the men's 200 meters dash, that will feature Javari Thompson of Jamaica, Michael Campbell of Jamaica, Brendan Rodney of Canada, Pablo Mateo of France, Christian Coleman of the USA, Zonal Hughes of Great Britain, Fred Curley of the USA, and Jazeel Murphy of Jamaica. Now, as we go into the women's 200 meters, there is Jessica Gabi of the Ivory Coast, Linnea Thompson of Jamaica, Dina Asher Smith of Great Britain, Ashanti Moore of Jamaica, Brianna Williams of Jamaica, Natasha Robinson of Jamaica. Okay, so that's the lineup for the men and women 200 meters. We take a quick break and we come back with more here on Sports Nation Live.
into the parlor. There's a welcome there for you.
Welcome to the Mayor's Parlor with Desmond McKenzie.
From 1 to 6 p.m. every Sunday, you'll now get more of your favorite vintage music.
Put your head on my shoulder.
Nationwide 90 FM will transform your Sunday into a musical time machine that will take you way back.
Come with me. Let's go back in time.
This magic moment.
Journey into yesteryear with Desmond McKenzie in the Mayor's Parlor.
I've got the music to jog your memory and make you smile.
Put your sweet lips a little closer to the phone.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the best in vintage music.
Come into the Mayor's Parlor every Sunday between 1 and 6 p.m. here on Nationwide 90 FM, a revolution in media.
Get ready for a show like no other. That's right. Every Sunday from 8:15 p.m. to 9:15 p.m., we're bringing you the Harvest Hour, only on Nationwide 90 FM. Join us as we dive into a soothing religious program created for your mind, body, and soul. The World Harvest Mission Church, creators of the Harvest Hour, is dedicated to making your Sundays God-fearing and saintly. Get a front row seat to moving sermons and affectionate worshiping. That's the Harvest Hour, every Sunday from 8:15 p.m. to 9:15 p.m. only on Nationwide 90 FM, the new revolution in media.
Hey, good evening and welcome back to Sports Nation Live. I'm Alex Ruby. We're coming to you this evening live from the National Stadium for the Jamaica Athletics Invitational. I'm working out here with Jermaine Compass and Sheldon Richards, my technical operators, and in studio is Sean Ferguson. We rejoin Wayne Walker for another update on the Apparel Spirits Open Amateur Tennis Championships, now underway at the Legany Club. Wayne, good evening again. Wayne? Okay, we seems to be having a bit of technical difficulty. We're not getting Wayne just yet. So what we'll do, we'll try and connect with Wayne, but as we do that, let us give you the roundup in the English Premier League earlier today. There were some great goals. Manchester United, they retook the lead. So let's go to the English Premier League roundup before we rejoin Wayne Walker at the Legany Club. Now, your score, Guardiola scored twice as Manchester City put the pressure on Arsenal in the English Premier League title race by beating Fulham 4-0 to move 2 points clear at the top of the table.
De Bruyne on towards Guardiola. Lovely football. Guardiola in. 1-0. That's a brilliant goal.
Oh, yeah.
Count the passes.
That's exactly what it is.
Popping the ball around and Guardiola cutting it onto his right foot and finishing quite brilliantly. He's now scored 4 times this season and he's got 4 goals in 7 games. All of a sudden he can't stop scoring. But that's a wonderful Manchester City goal.
It's a
excellent defended by Fellini. Shots in! Phil Foden! The Manchester City supporters go mad behind the goal. 25 this season now for Foden. And Noel Gallagher right in the middle of the celebrations. 2-0 and daylight for Manchester City. Swung in by Bernardo Silva! That's number 3. And it's a second goal today for Josko Gvardiol, who all of a sudden can't stop scoring goals for Manchester City. They're going top of the Premier League table. It's over to Arsenal. Manchester City are going nowhere. Overestimate it. 4 scores effortlessly. Manchester City top of the table. Arsenal playing Manchester United tomorrow. But the team in sky blue, as always, are setting the gold standard, and Arsenal need to respond because Manchester City have done their bit today.
And Manchester City manager Pep Guardiola says his players are aware that their destiny are in their own hands.
Pep, congratulations. 2 points clear at the top of the Premier League table, 21 games unbeaten now. What did you like most about your team's performance today?
Everything, the incredible pressure we are playing for, but this group of players for many years, they'll enjoy a lot to play with this pressure, and we make a solid performance except the first 5-10 minutes. Like it's normal, they are so aggressive. But after the first action, we make a lot, I would say, a lot of passes. We make a lot of action through the passes, and after the game come down, we took the game in our hands. We concede few, and we create a lot, and yeah, good results. So next Tuesday, the final. We have the real final next Tuesday.
You talk about the pressure that the players are dealing with now. They look quite relaxed. It doesn't look like the pressure is getting to them. No,
relaxed we are not. Otherwise, we cannot perform that well. But they know that they have to win, to do something like anyone has done. So we want is have arrived, the last game at home with the destiny in our hands. So for that, we need to win the game against Spurs.
A man of the match performance for Josko Gvardiol. 2 goals for him today. That's 5 in 7 games now, and he even had the chance for a hat-trick. What have you done with him?
Himself, he moved really well with both feet. So normally that left footer is difficult to control with the right. It's completely the opposite. He feels more comfortable with the right than the left. And the goal he scored could have signed the best wingers in the planet. So the composure he has in front of the goal is really, really good. And really pleased.
And a big embrace for Phil Foden when he came off. It's 25 goals for the season for him now, and another brilliant performance.
Another one, yeah. He helped us again to win the game. So it's 2 games left. 2 games left for this tough competition in the Premier League, and recovery soon, because on Tuesday will be another one, and against a team like is so intense, so aggressive in a stadium like always we struggle, but we won this season FA Cup. We know exactly what we have to do, and we're going to try to do it.
And you mentioned it's not been done before, 4 Premier League titles in a row. That's what you're aiming for. If you were to do it, how big an achievement would that be?
Ask me that at the end of the last game of the season. So now it's be relaxed, recover well, so because we don't have just 3 days, and one step at a time. But of course, we have this challenge in our head from long time ago.
And Jonas Wies scored a 95-minute winner to help the Brentford side beat Bournemouth 2-1 in a stunning finish at the Vitality Stadium in the Premier League.
Oh, Wisher straight into the path of Brian Mbeumo, who crashes it home for his 50th Brentford goal, and with just 4 minutes to go, that might be enough to win the game for Brentford. So still Brian Mbeumo, Wisher! What a fantastic breakaway goal for Brentford! In the 5th minute of stoppage time, the Bees might well have won it, with Wisser's 11th goal of the season. What a phenomenal finish that was!
Now, Everton enjoyed a successful sent-off at Goodison Park this season with a 1-0 victory over already relegated Sheffield United.
Here's Calvert-Lewin. Foderingham came to meet him. Calvert-Lewin goes on. It's easy for the Corée. Everton made that look so simple. The Toffees are determined to really finish the season with a flourish. And with the goal at his mercy, Abdoulaye Doucouré made no mistake.
Now, Everton manager Søren Dice says they are reaping the benefit of their consistency.
After all the stresses of this season, how nice is it to enjoy this and just soak up the atmosphere?
Yeah, fantastic, and for the fans, obviously. Nice for the players to get a moment. It's been a very stressful season. Some really big highs and some really tough lows, but got there and in the end looked after ourselves and did it well. Some strange game today, strange feeling, you know what it's like, but another 1-0 victory, of course, another clean sheet.
We've equalled a Premier League record today, a 5 straight home wins without conceding a goal. That's some turnaround for what it was at the start of the season when we were so unlucky not to get wins at Goodison.
Yeah, payback, over a season. Keep doing the right things, it does pay you back. And we've found a way. We've had to find different ways, operate in different ways. And we have found a way in a very tough season, very challenging.
Spoken about the importance of unity. You can feel that today. What you and your coaching staff and your players have built.
Well, I've been pleased with our consistency. I use that word a lot. But we've been consistent. My message has been consistent. My staff message is how we speak to the group and also to the fans. And we've found that link and we've kept it. Even when it's been stretched, it hasn't broken. We've kept together. The fans deserve credit for that as well.
You said it last season when we beat Bournemouth. I don't know, you'll be saying it again. Lots of hard work ahead.
Absolutely. It's a big levelling off period for this club on and off the pitch. There's more to come, more to do.
Now, Newcastle dropped points in their pursuit of European football as Brighton spoiled their final home match of the season by earning a 1-1 draw at St James Park.
Gross to take the corner. And it break to Veltman, it will, and it's over the line. An unlikely scorer for Brighton. For Joel Veltman, the visitors lead at St James's Park. Isak waiting in the middle. And Gordon do from his sort of position. Cutting inside. Chopping back again. The move is still on. And right on half-time. Newcastle United equalise. Sean Longstaff. The Magpies strike back right on the break.
Now, Burnley have been relegated from the Premier League after they could not secure a win at Tottenham, which would have kept their hopes alive.
Well, this looks promising for Burnley. It's Brun Larsen, he's in, and he scores! Jakob Brun Larsen kept his composure, and how important a goal could that be for Burnley? They are keeping their slim survival hopes alive.
He's not been able to get him on the ball.
Can they take advantage of this? It's Porro! Well, he has hit that with some venom, and it strikes a blow to Burnley. Ball played through. Still it's Van de Ven. Oh! What about that for a finish? Mickey Van de Ven scores for Tottenham. Burnley on the brink. The championship beckons for them. But Tottenham keeping slim Champions League hopes alive.
Now, Tottenham Hotspur manager spoke to the press after his side's 2-1 victory against Burnley.
Got the win. Could it have been even more dominant? They're keeping with 7%.
Yeah, he had a hell of a game. Yeah, we probably should have won the game more comfortably, but it was always going to be a tricky one for us. Yeah, as much as you want to try and put it to one side, losing 4 games is bound to affect, the players, and there's always a bit of stress and anxiety. And Burnley really had to go for it today. They had nothing to lose, and they had a lot to lose, obviously, but in terms of their approach. And, I thought in the first half we controlled the game really well. Again, I thought we were just a bit anxious in the front third with our decision-making. We could have made much more of the opportunities we had. But I thought Pedro's goal before half-time was really important, and then second half we were dominant, and we always are. We always finish games strong. We have. It's just that we've let games get away from us. But today we were right in it, and pleasing for the players and credit to them that they could sort of not get too wound up, I guess, inside about getting a win and just play their football.
Now, Luton are on the brink of relegation from the Premier League after West Ham came from behind to mark David Moyes' final home game with a 4-1 win at London Stadium.
Morris waits, and Luton go in front. Nobody was expecting that. Sambi Lokonga from nowhere. What a start for Rob Edwards and his team. Albert Sambi Lokonga with his first ever Luton Town goal, and what a time to get it. 5 minutes played. Going to the byline. What's come back off Kaminsky. Ward-Prowse. It's a heartbreaker for Luton, but it's a brilliant finish by James Ward-Prowse after terrific work initially by Jared Boyne. Real fizz on the cross, which was deflected away by Kaminsky. But Luton punished by Ward-Prowse. 1-1. Chong. Zuma couldn't get there. What a hit from Thomas Solskjaer. Luton have been on the ropes since they conceded, and now they've conceded a second. A brilliant finish by Thomas Solchek. Kudos to the byline, and would you believe it, it's George Earthy. May well be his first touch. The Academy graduate, his first Premier League appearance cut short after just a couple of minutes when he went off on a stretcher after a clash of heads. And he's back now, and he's back with a goal. What a brilliant start for the 19-year-old.
Now Michael Olsen scored his 10th Premier League goal of the season as Crystal Palace beat Wolves 3-1 at Melanu.
Elise looks to unleash one! Oh, what a strike from Michael Elise! Elise is absolutely flying, and so too are Crystal Palace under Oliver Glasner. A wonderful strike from a richly talented player. Elise is looking to test Dan Bentley once again. Whether it's himself or he'll flick it in. The Klein, and it's number 2, and it's Mateta. Elise a couple of minutes ago, and Mateta joining in on the act now. He cannot stop scoring. Now Cunha, Hwang, and it's swung into the back of the net. Elise, now here's Eze, he's through one-on-one. Eze's done it again. You cannot keep these players down. Elise, Mateta, and now Abere Eze joins the goal-scoring party.
Nottingham Forest missed the chance to secure Premier League safety after losing to Chelsea in a 5-goal thriller at the City Ground.
Palmer, lovely ball. This is Mudryk, and that's 1-0. Finished beautifully by Mykhailo Mudryk, but created in even better fashion by Cole Palmer. 1-0 inside 8 minutes for Chelsea. James White, volley's there, free header, 1-1. All too easy for Nottingham Forest. Bolly given the freedom of the Chelsea penalty area, and he wasn't going to waste that chance. Hudson-Odoi. Callum Hudson-Odoi against his former club. Sterling making a bang off the bench. Raheem Sterling with a beauty to level it up for Chelsea. Reece James in plenty of space. And Jackson has given Chelsea the lead. Well, what a response this is from Chelsea.
Okay, and in tomorrow's match, Manchester United will welcome Arsenal. And things are starting to take shape here at the National Stadium, where they're starting with the opening ceremony. And we can see the triple jumpers doing their warm-ups and marking their strides pattern as they prepare for the triple jump. That's the women's triple jump, and the lineup for the women's triple jump include Shanika Ricketts of Jamaica, Thea Lafond of Dominica, Jasmine Moore of the USA, Keturah Orji of the USA, Richie Stanley of Jamaica, Krishma Taylor of the Bahamas, and Imani Oliver of the USA. And the entire stadium is standing at attention for the playing of the national anthem here at the National Stadium for the Jamaica Athletics Invitational. Galaxy of Stars, as we said earlier, has been assembled for this, the inaugural staging of the event here inside the National Stadium. The grandstand has filled out nicely, and there is a healthy number of persons over in the bleachers as the entire stadium stand at attention for the National Stadium being brought to us through a saxophonist. He is the one so that's it. Mr. Andre Gillespie on the saxophone with the national anthem. And again, our athletes, they continue to warm up for the women's triple jump. That will be the first event on offer here at the National Stadium. We hope to reconnect with Wayne Walker, but we take a break and we come back with more here on Sports Nation Live.
Hi there. Here's some good news for these trying times. Quote, "By God's word, I can see where I'm going. They throw a beam of light on my dark path." Unquote. Psalm 119, verse 105. Listen for God's Word weekdays at 5:45 a.m. and 12:55 p.m. through
Oasis. Stop by for a refreshing drink and share a God perspective for the day.
Oasis, weekdays 5:45 a.m. and 12:55 p.m. right here on Nationwide, a revolution in media.
The rebroadcast of the Oasis can be heard weekdays at 5:45 a.m.
The Oasis is brought to you by Solar Tech Jamaica. We use the gift of the sun to power our world.
Come into the parlor, there's a welcome there for you.
Welcome to the Mayor's Parlor with Desmond McKenzie.
From 1 to 6 p.m. every Sunday, you'll now get more of your favorite vintage music.
Put your head on my shoulder.
Nationwide 90 FM will transform your Sunday into a musical time machine that will take you way back.
Come on, let's go back in time.
This magic moment.
Journey into yesteryear with Desmond McKenzie in the Mayor's Parlor.
I've got the music to jog your memory and make you smile.
Put your sweet lips a little closer to the phone.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the best in vintage music.
Come into the Mayor's Parlor every Sunday between 1 and 6 p.m. here on Nationwide 90 FM, a revolution in media.
Okay, good evening and welcome back to Sports Nation Live. I'm Alric Swaby. With me is Jermaine Compass as well as Sheldon Richards, working out as my technical operator here at the National Stadium, and in studio is Sean Ferguson. We continue here at the National Stadium where we are witnessing the opening ceremony. Earlier we heard from the president of the Jamaica Athletics Administrative Association, J. Threes, who gave his opening remarks. But as we continued, several of the world's leading athletes arrive in the island ahead of today's big Jamaica Athletics Invitational track and field meet here at the National Stadium. Among those are Christian Coleman and Fred Curley of the United States, as well as Dina Asher Smith and Matthew Hudson Smith of Great Britain. Asher Smith, who won the World 200 meters title in 2019, will be campaigning over 200 meters, and she told Nationwide Sports that she's just happy to be running in Jamaica.
All right, Dina, thanks for giving me the time. Welcome back to Jamaica. This weekend is, I suppose it's cliche. Everybody say every race is a stepping stone towards the big one in Paris this summer. How important is this weekend for you, though?
This weekend's really important, but I think it's important for the most heartwarming way. It's because I'm in Jamaica. Like, I cannot express how excited I am to be here. Like, this is where my roots are from. This is where my cousins are from here. They're coming to watch. My parents are flying in. Emotionally, this is going to be a very special race for me. I've seen so many videos of champs. I've seen, like, the national championships. I've seen your trials. And I see how you guys support athletes, your athletes from travel around the world. I saw them. I was in lane 9 in Eugene. I was standing next to the Jamaican fans. They're in Budapest. best, and I've seen how you uplift Shelley, you uplift Elaine, you uplift Sharika, you uplift everybody. So to be able to come to Jamaica, which I believe is the cultural centre of sprinting, and be in a good place physically, yes, but also be able to put together a performance in front of just family and people that love track and field, I think it means a lot. So I'm in a great place, very excited to run, but most importantly I'm just excited to be actually racing in Jamaica.
You know how it feels to be world champion. You won it in 2019, but the Olympic gold, I suppose, will leapfrog that if you should go on to win it. This year, I said it to Marie, every year the competition gets tougher, unlike the men when you say in and Johan step away. So it gets tougher for the women. It's really, really tough. In fact, you're competing against three of the greatest of all times. Does it make it that much harder for you, not just to win Olympic gold, but your mindset? You know you have these people to struggle with.
I think it actually makes it easier because there are so many phenomenal and truly phenomenal, and I say that with a capital P and underlined, phenomenal women right now that are sprinting. There's so many of them and they're so talented that all you can do is focus on yourself. That's honestly, when you actually think about it, that's all you can do, because you have absolutely no control over your rivals. There's too many people to try and get in one person's head or do any of those silly, I'm not that kind of girl anyway, you guys know me for a while, but even if you were that so way inclined, there's too many people to do that too. So you truly just have to every single day try your best, keep pushing, keep improving, asking your coach, was that good enough? If it's a no, what do I need to do to get better? But that's all you can do. And I think because we are in that kind of time, that actually makes it simple, because you only have control over your own actions and all you can do is keep pushing to get better.
Where are you now in terms of your preparation?
I'm having fun. Obviously, I've just moved coach, so we are still, it's new, it's fresh, but I'm in a really good place. Like, I'm doing lots of things that I haven't done before. This has been a year of a lot of change for me, but I believe that it's going really well so far. I ran a 4x4, ran my little heart out on that 4x4 earlier this year. I was really happy. We got a world best in the 4x2, running a split over 21.9 into a headwind from block, so I ran first leg, so that was good. I'm running fast in training, so I feel great. Now it's just up to me to go out there and execute, and everybody here today has talked about execution. I think it is a cliche with track and field. Some fans get bored of hearing that word, but from the athlete perspective, it is the key. If you don't execute, you can be in the shape of your life. There's absolutely no point. You might as well go home if you're not going to execute. So it's, for me, I'm just very focused on coming here, putting together a race that I know that I'm capable of and enjoying it. Going out there and having a smile on my face, because again, I'm in Jamaica. My family's coming, my cousins are coming, and everybody else who wants to be a cousin too is also there. And it's just about just being in the moment and being grateful that I'm here, grateful for the shape that I'm in, and grateful that I get to be here.
You're good friends with Shelley and Fraser Price. She says this is going to be her last year on the professional circuit. If there was something you're going to say about her, what would that be?
Shelley is a joy. I think the fact that so many people from across the world, not just Jamaica, across the world, and so many of her competitors speak so highly of her is because she is truly a joy. She's a very nice, friendly, bubbly person, and she's great. I'm very biased, but she is one of my favorite people to run with, favorite people to have around, because she is just a joy. I think we'll be sad when she retires. Me and her have already had this discussion. I'm like, you better give us a chance to, celebrate you and uplift you when you decide you know. I think she's on the fence about that, but I think that we need to be able to celebrate her, because she's been phenomenal for so long. She's had a baby come back, run faster than ever. That is so difficult, so challenging, and she's done that with so much grace, so much integrity, and just carrying this smiley, vibrant energy with all the wigs and everything. Like, she's given us so many moments, and it's been an honor to compete with her, and I cherish the relationship that we have. But if I think of Shelley Ann, it's joy,
Do you think she's the greatest of all time?
Look, it's very interesting, because when I start saying that, then you look at Elaine's got loads of medals, the world records. I think Shelley Ann Fraser Price is obviously within that conversation, but how you rank that, how you classify that, I don't know. If it's in terms of longevity, 100%. times, Lojo. Medals at Olympics, and like, you know what I mean? And look, 2 of them are yours. Should be super happy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Dina Asher Smith and now Coleman will be running in the men's 200 meters. A decision, he says, that was made between himself and his handlers at working on the mechanics of the longer sprint.
All right, so Christian, you're the reigning world indoor champion. You've won it before, and now you're looking forward to a great outdoor season, culminating, I'm sure, at the Paris Olympic Games. That's a big one you're looking forward to. How are you doing at the moment in training? What's the kind of shape you're in, and what can we expect from you going forward?
I feel good right now. I think that's the biggest thing for me is just making sure that I'm healthy, and I think everything else just unfold and happen exactly how it's supposed to. And so I think the goal for me is just trying to improve like each time I step out there and just mentally locking in and allowing my body to just do exactly what I feel like I'm coached to do in practice. Which is really just holding my form on the back end of my races and executing up front like only I know how. And I feel like if I do that, in the end, everything will happen how it's supposed to, and I'll be in good shape.
The Olympic comes around every 4 years.
Right.
That's the only one you've not won yet.
Yeah.
You feel like if you don't do it this year, the window is going to be closing and you're going to be putting a lot more emphasis in making sure you do it this time?
I don't think the window will be closed, but I do think that I'm the type to take advantage of the opportunity in the moment. Like I just feel as if like this year is my time and this is my moment, and I want to fully embrace it and just do everything I can on a daily basis to be at my best, so that I have every opportunity and my best chance of embracing that moment. And so I try not to put too much emphasis on like the grand scale or like the bigger picture. It's just every little detail matters. So just every day doing what I know I'm supposed to be prepared, and I know when the moment comes, it'll unfold how it's supposed to.
One last question. You don't normally run the 200. Well, you don't run it a lot. You've decided to run it here at the Jamaica Athletics Invitation this weekend. Why you made that decision?
I think it was just how it unfolded in my schedule. Just thinking about it, like I guess at first with my coach, we talked about like, okay, we want to run this week, and then I mean like, you know, this meet aligned on this weekend, and for me to be prepared to run the 200s, like I've run 200s earlier this year, and now that we're kind of tapering off and like speeding up a little bit, I feel like it'll be a good mix for me to have like this speed endurance training, also work on my 200 meter pattern, and then it'll kind of just set me up to, I feel like, be ready to run really fast in 2 weeks at Prefontaine as well. So it's just kind of how the season has unfolded, but obviously coming here is like, when I see it on the schedule and my agent told me about it, like I was super excited to come here and be embraced by the, you know, fans again. Like they're really knowledgeable about the sport and show a lot of love and support, and so it's always good to come back and feel that and let them know that I appreciate it by going out there and trying to put on as good a show as I can.
So it's not that you're planning to run the double at the Nationals?
I mean, that's the plan. I feel like, I mean, I'm going to put a lot of emphasis on trying to make that 100-meter team. Like, at first, that's the goal. And I feel like after that, you know, it's icing on the cake. Like, the 200 is afterwards, but I don't want to sell myself short. I feel like I'm just as capable of competing in the 200 just like anybody else. And I feel like this Saturday, I feel like will be a good stepping stone for me to prove that to myself, really. Just get out there, let everything go, be free, and just run, compete, and let the results fall where they may. But I feel like I'm just as capable of making the team in both as anybody.
Thanks, bro.
Yes, sir.
All the best.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
That was Christian Coleman. Now Mary Jose Talou has been Africa's standard bearer in the sprint for the better part of the last decade and has won medals at the World Championships. She is entered for the 100 meters, avoiding a clash with Asher Smith, but will come face-to-face with Julian Alfred of St. Lucia.
Marie Josette Talou, first of all, welcome to Jamaica.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, so you're running the 100 meters at the Jamaica Athletics Invitational this weekend. We saw the kind of form you're in. We saw you in the Bahamas over the weekend. this is a massive year for you, and because it's such a massive year, this race on Saturday is also massive towards preparation for the rest of the year.
Yeah, as I say, each race that I made before the Olympics or before World Champ is like a training. We're trying to see what we have to fix before, the big event. And I'm like happy to run here in Jamaica, I have been looking forward to do that, and when I planned my program this year, it was not in. And then I was in Twitter and people was like, I want you to come to Jamaica to race. And I'm like, okay, let me try to speak to my coach and see what we can do. And we put it in. So I'm really happy, and I'm looking forward, to see Jamaican fight and enjoy.
Mm-hmm. You've come close on a number of occasions to winning the big one. I've been at some of those major meets, and sometimes I can't believe that you lost them. Is it going to be different in Paris this year, you think?
I hope it will be different. I believe in God. I believe in my coach. I believe in the training that I've been doing, and I hope to really stay focused and didn't really panic, as we say, stress in the race in Paris. And I hope really to execute well. I execute in every World Championship, and hope to win the medal, really. Podium, yeah.
You've run in an era, Marie, where you don't get a break. Every day you look, the competition is stiff. It doesn't eat. You have Sherika, you have Elaine, you have Shelley, you have yourself, you have Dina. It just goes on and on and on. It just never stops. How do you keep up with these high quality elite athletes year after year?
Well, I will say first is the sport that I have around, because sometimes it can be tough. It's like it's too hard, it's too much. I just want to just give up, and then the support around let me remind me that okay, you can do it. And also I will say my faith, because I'm a big believer, so I take my strength in prayer, and I think God gave me also the strength to always come and showcase my talent every year. So
I know the Olympic, unlike the World Championship, it comes around once every 4 years. So the window is a little shorter for people who want to become Olympic champion. You've said you don't, put limits on yourself, but do you get the impression that if you don't do it this time, it could be closing in on you?
I don't believe that, because as I always say, God knows the best. So even if it didn't get 1 year, next year is a new total years where you have to redeem yourself and come back stronger. So for me, every year is a chance for you to get to where you want to be. So
thanks a lot, Mary.
You're welcome.
Okay, so that was Mary Jose Talou of the Ivory Coast. She is one of the headliners for the inaugural Jamaica Athletics Invitational here at the National Stadium. They have some very colorful and professionally done booklet here on sale for $500. On the cover, there are 4 different books and 4 different athletes grace the cover of these booklets. On one is Dina Asher Smith of Great Britain, and there's one with Christian Coleman of the USA, and Mary Jose Talou of the Ivory Coast is also on another. And our own Danielle Williams is also on one of these booklets. So there are 4 in all, and they continue with the opening ceremony, the entertainment segment of the show. We have the lineup for the women's triple jump, and they're being announced now. So we take a quick break and we come back with more here on Sports Nation Live.
Get ready for a show like no other. That's right. Every Sunday from 8:15 p.m. to 9:15 p.m., we're bringing you the Harvest Hour, only on Nationwide 90 FM. Join us as we dive into a soothing religious program created for your mind, body, and soul. The World Harvest Mission Church, creators of the Harvest Hour, is dedicated to making your Sundays God-fearing and saintly. Get a front row seat to moving sermons and affectionate worshiping. That's the Harvest Hour, every Sunday from 8:15 p.m. to 9:15 p.m. only on Nationwide 90 FM, the new revolution in media.
Come into the parlor, there's a welcome there for you.
Welcome to the Mayor's Parlor with Desmond McKenzie.
From 1 to 6 p.m. every Sunday, you'll now get more of your favorite vintage music.
Put your head on my shoulder.
Nationwide 90 FM will transform your Sunday into a musical time machine that will take you way back.
Come with me. Let's go back in time.
This magic moment.
Journey into yesteryear with Desmond McKenzie in the Mayor's Parlor.
I've got the music to jog your memory and make you smile.
Put your sweet lips a little closer to the phone.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the best in vintage music.
Come into the Mayor's Parlor every Sunday between 1 and 6 p.m. here on Nationwide 90 FM, a revolution in media.
The Olympic Games 2024 live from Paris in France, exclusively on Nationwide 90 FM.
The Jamaican star shines bright once again. Live here halfway through in Olympic finals.
This summer, Nationwide 90 FM is coming in hot.
Jamaica to the Blacks!
Nationwide 90 FM will be blazing as we bring you the games of the 33rd Olympiad live from the French capital, Paris. 16 fantastic days of competition in 41 sports.
Nobly Williams-Mills coming, the glory flapping, her arms are waving, and Nobly Williams-Mills coming through for Jamaica's goal.
The station will bring you analysis and live coverage from the opening day of competition, Friday, July 26th to the very last day of action on Sunday, August 11th.
And Parchment, let's go! Oh, what a run!
Everything and anything Paris Olympic Games 2024 can be heard right here on Nationwide 90 FM.
It is a glittering goal for Sharika Jackson, and how they will celebrate that back in Jamaica.
We'll capture the spirit of athleticism. We'll narrate the Olympic fever, define thrilling moments, and report on the blood, sweat, and tears of the world's greatest athletes. Nationwide 90 FM is going to the Paris Olympic Games, and we're taking you with us. Tune into Nationwide 90.3, 90.5, 90.7, and 90.9 for live updates and commentary. We'll be giving the listeners a front row seat to witness excitement, triumph, and memories.
And I think it was a clean sweep for the Jamaicans.
Stay tuned to Nationwide 90 FM 24/7. Experience the Paris Olympic Games 2024 right here on the Revolution in Media Nationwide 90 FM, your Olympic Center. Exclusively on Nationwide 90 FM. Welcome back to the National Stadium here. You're listening to Sports Nation Live, and we are coming to you live from the Jamaica Athletics Invitation here at the National Stadium. My name is Wayne Walker. Alric Swaby has on trackside. You'll be hearing from him during the course of the evening's performances. And we're looking at the opening event of the championship, the women's triple jump. We've already seen the national record holder and the reigning Commonwealth Games champion from Jamaica, Shanika Ricketts. She's done 14 meters 50 so far. Tia Lafont, the reigning world indoor champion from Dominica. She was up next. She did 14:28. And just looking at Keturah Orji from the USA, just getting the red flag. Just let me give you the lineup for the women's triple jump. Shanika Ricketts, Tia Lafont from Dominica, Jasmine Moore from the USA, Keturah Orji from the US, Richelle Stanley, the schoolgirl from St. Elizabeth Technical here in Jamaica, Charisma Taylor. And we're now looking at Stanley going through her routine. Disappointing opening for her. She missed. This is a rhythm event. In fact, she got a white flag, but it's got to be a mark not to write home about. And just to complete the lineup, it's Imani Oliver from the USA along with Charisma Taylor, the record holder out of the Bahamas. 14 events down for decision tonight. Here at the National Stadium, a full grandstand. The bleachers is free. You still got to have a ticket though to gain entry, and it's just for the process of keeping order. But that's all it is, because it's free admission to the bleachers, but there's an impressive turnout here in the grandstand. And I can tell you, it took a little while to get inside the National Stadium. The traffic outside is horrendous. Any direction you take it from, it's really, really difficult to get into the National Stadium. And Stanley's mark is 12 meters flat, so very, very well off the mark. Up next will be Taylor. That's Charisma Taylor from the Bahamas. She's the record holder. She's wearing a multicolored top and bottom, and just asking the crowd to get into the action and trying to sort of get her going. So we're looking at Charisma Taylor from the Bahamas. She's set off now for her first attempt in this, the women's triple jump, the opening event of the Jamaica Athletics Invitational here at the National Stadium. Not a bad attempt there from Taylor. Gets the white flag, which is the most important thing. And she now waits to see what her mark is. We have the benefit of a replay monitor in front of us in our broadcast area, so we can probably just take you through after the live performance. And we're looking at Taylor. As I say, it's a rhythm event. It's hop, skip, and jump. And you've got to get all three phases well to really get a decent mark on the board. We're also going to be seeing Jaden Hibbert, the new sensation in this event, the triple jump, later on tonight as well. And another event which is already underway, 14 meters, 08 for Taylor. So well behind the leader so far. And Imani Oliver from the USA is up next. So it's very swift. They got off to a late start, maybe 4 or 5 minutes late, but I'm sure they are going to do well to make up the time. Oliver is down the runway. The men's high jump is getting underway. In fact, it is already underway. Christoph Bryan from Jamaica, Raymond Richards, Jamaica, LaShane Wilson from Jamaica as well. There's Ethan Harris from the USA, Dontavius Hill from the USA as well, Perry Christie also from the US, and Kyle Arsin from the Bahamas. That's a lineup for the men's high jump. Christoph Bryan, formerly of Wolmer's Boys, saw him a couple of weeks ago in one of the Diamond Leagues. So he's finally making moves and getting into those global series of events, which will only do his confidence a world of good when he flies into Jamaica next month for the national championship. 12 meters 74 for Oliver. Sure, she wants to improve on that, and improve quite drastically. So we've already gone through the 7 jumpers for the first round in the triple jump, and the noise you're hearing coming through our sound effect microphone is for the Jamaican champion, the Jamaican record holder, and the current Commonwealth Games champion, Shanika Rickett. She's on the runway. Deep concentration as she sets off for her second attempt. 14 meters 50 was her first. What does the second be? And she's really, really going, well, she's gotten the red flag. She's gotten the red flag. She's got another attempt to complete the first 3 jumps and to see and take it from there. And let's see where she got it wrong as we're looking at her replay monitor here in, oh, so she overstepped the board by not a great deal. And she was able to get her mechanics together to sort of, but it went wrong in the first phase of, she's coached by her husband, who is also giving her instructions. So the husband and wife combination. Here is the world indoor champion, Tia Lafont from Dominica. Successful in Glasgow in March. She set sail for her second attempt. Here's Tia Lafont, a grimace on her face, and you could see before she even touched the takeoff board that she was uncomfortable with something. Not sure what it was, but it counts as a mark because she didn't overstep. Her first attempt was 14 meters 28. Tia Lafont, Jasmine Moore. And Jasmine Moore in 2022 became the first American woman ever to qualify for both the triple and long jump at a world championship. She's wearing pink Adidas shorts and a similar color top sprinkled with a bit of orange on the front with a big Moore on the front. 14 meters 28 was her first attempt. Jasmine Moore, the reigning NCAA champion. Not a bad attempt. Did she get the white flag? No, she got the red flag. And she's going to be very disappointed with that because it looked as if she got it correctly. But she can draw a bit of comfort from the fact that the phases were not all that bad. She's already back with her team to look it over. Everything is captured on phones and iPods and so on. So immediately after the attempt, the athlete is able to talk it over and look it over. Wow, she overstepped by miles. So Shanika Ricketts still the leader, 14 meters 50 after 2 attempts. So we're into the second round of the women's triple jump. We're going to be also giving you some updates on the men's high jump as well. That is going on at the moment. And the men's discus is also underway as well. As we look at Orji, she sails through the air. She gets a red flag. So the only person with a legal jump so far is Shaniki. 14 meters 50, her best so far. More. In fact, Orji. Nothing close to that just now. In fact, she got the red flag. So not only has Shanika Ricketts dominating this event, even just after two rounds of jump, well, we're in the second round with three more athletes to complete the second round. You're listening to Nationwide 90 FM, the station with the exclusive coverage of the Olympic Games, exclusive radio broadcasters of the Olympic Games to come a little later on in Paris. The women's 400 meters hurdles is going to be the first event on the track. And we've got the lineup for you. We'll give you that in just a bit. Gianna Woodruff, Cheyenne Salmon, Anna Cockrell had a very good NCAA season in 2019. Anjanette Knight, who did so well last year, reaching the World Championship final. Shamir Little, medalist at the World and Olympic level. Rochelle Clayton, she's won 2 bronze medals at the World Championship. Genevieve Russell, who's really yet to crack it big at the global level. And of course, the former world record holder, Delalia Mohammed from the United States. So the first track event on the night, the women's 400 meters hurdles. The athletes are on track, and we've got a full field for this one. Again, a brilliant turnout for the grandstand. The bleachers filling up quite nicely. If you're having a knowledge of the National Stadium over where they call it Kingston College segment, that is heavily populated. And to the opposite end of the grandstand, adjoining the side of the bleachers over to the left, that is heavily populated as well. The athletes in the women's 400 meters hurdles are being introduced to the crowd. And they are now at lane number 7. Well, they're in lane number, Cockrell is in lane number 3. Rochelle Clayton is in lane number 6. Now listen to this. She's becoming a fan favorite. In lane 5, 52.97, a PR for Shamir Little. She used to run with a little ribbon in her hair. That's when she had hair. She's now disposed of that. Anjanette Knight had a fabulous year last year, and it took her all the way to Budapest, where she got to the final. Anjanette Knight should have a top night tonight. She's got really good competition. This is a fabulous field. And leading into the championship here, Ludlow Watts, the treasurer at the Jamaica Athletics Administrative Association, who is also a big part of the organizing committee here for the Jamaica Athletics Invitational. He was talking up this event, and it's been built up as one of the big events, and it really should be, because it really has some real heavy hitters going tonight. Cheyenne Salmon had a very, very, very good outing the other day in one of those Diamond Leagues. She left Hydel, went to college, and is now transitioning fully into being a top gun in the event. Jana Woodruff from Panama in lane number 1. So we've got the introduction for the top athletes in this, the women's 400 meters hurdles. Asking for a respectful quiet in the stadium for the start of this one. The first track event of the Jamaica Athletics Invitational is upon us. You're hearing the noise in the background. It's to keep a pace and keep abreast with the women's triple jump, which is still going on the way. Still on the way at the moment. Genevieve Russell wearing a ginger-colored hair as per usual. And they're called to their marks for the women's 400 meters hurdles, the first track event of the Jamaica Athletics Invitational. Already on the way, the men's high jump, men's discus, and women's triple jump. And now, to grace us with the first track event of the night, the 400 meters hurdles for women. Let me go through it quickly. Woodrow, Salmon, Cockrell, Knight, Little, Clayton, Russell, and Mohammed. Set position and sent away. The world-class field for the women's 400 meters hurdles. Rochelle Clayton is already into her running. We're also looking at Shamir Little chasing Rochelle Clayton. Delali Mohammed has been passed by Anna Cockrell. Gianna Woodruff is also running well as well. But if you look in the middle of the park, based on the stagger, it is Shamir Little with a very, very good, nice 200 meters. Rochelle Clayton takes aim on Anna Cockrell. Cockrell with a slight lead, but right on her shoulders, almost on her earlobes, is Rochelle Clayton, the last bronze medalist at the World Championship. Clayton collars Cockrell on the top of the bend. They're now into the straightaway with Rochelle Clayton, the local star. She's chased here by Andre Knight. Knight looks to have been beaten. Cheyenne Salmon is also running a big one. Rochelle Clayton, Cheyenne Salmon. Cockrell is not yet done, but Rochelle Clayton is holding on to the lead. Cockrell is chasing her. She's not going to catch her tonight. No, she won't. She's beaten on the line by the Jamaican star, Rochelle Clayton. What an exciting start to the track event here at the Jamaica Athletics Invitational. It was Rochelle Clayton just ahead of Anna Cockrell. Cheyenne Salmon threatened on the outside. She just didn't have enough. And the Jamaican bronze medalist from the last World Championship, Rochelle Clayton, prevails. She just hung on. Anna Cockrell gave her all she asked for and more, and now they can laugh about it. But that was an outstanding event there. And what a start to the track events here at the Jamaica Athletics Invitational. And the crowd is now responding to the announcement that Rochelle Clayton just hung on. She collared Cockrell in the crown of the bend and took the lead from her just approaching the straightaway. But Cockrell, she's a fighter, and fought she did tonight. She really, really came back on Rochelle Clayton, who was tiring a bit, if you ask me, to be honest. Andre Knight was beaten off the hurdle that took them into the straightaway. Cheyenne Salmon, she really, really looked good tonight. She ran a really, really impressive race. But Rochelle Clayton, the great willpower stuff. Cockrell, if they had another 10 or so meters to go, you just believe that Rochelle Clayton could very well have been in trouble tonight. But what an exciting start to the track events here at the Jamaica Athletics Invitational. Wow. We're going to give you the official results, including the time, in just a bit. We're going to have it for you in a short while. But the fans, their appetite have been properly whet. And they're now looking not for anything to drop below that standard. I'm sure they're going to be looking for big things. But you could not have asked for a more exciting start to the championship. The men's 400 meters hurdlers are out. And this should be another exciting one as well. Still waiting on the official results to be posted from the women's 400 meters hurdles. But what excitement In the meantime, let's give you the starting lineup for the men's 400 meters hurdles. Malik Smith from the U.S. Virgin Islands will operate out of lane 1. 7 will go in this one. Marvin Williams, Malik James, and Jaheel Hyde. There are 4 Jamaicans in this one out of the field of 7, and 2. Well, Karen McMaster, who is also in this field as well, and Jaheel Hyde along with Shamir Blake. Demar Murray is also there as well. A decent field will go for the men's 400 meters hurdlers. We await that one. As I said, Alex Swaby is trackside. We're hoping to hear from him, and hopefully he'll be able to grab a hold of Rochelle Clayton or Anna Cockrell or even Shamir Little. Cheyenne Salmon also was in the mix-up as well. So let's hope we can hear from Alex Swaby in not too short a time from now. All right, so we're going to give you the official result. From this, so it's Rochelle Clayton, 53.72. Anna Cockrell from the U.S. second, 53.76. Cheyenne Salmon, Jamaica, 54.57. Andrew Knight, 55.33. Delalia Mohammed, 55.77. Geneva Russell was 16, 55.82. And that's how they went in the women's 400 meters hurdle. So Rochelle Clayton, 53.72, the winner tonight, just ahead of Anna Cockrell, 53.76. So let me take the opportunity to give you the lineup for the men's 400 meters hurdles. And we've got Antonio Forbes. So we have a full field. Antonio Forbes has been added. So Forbes will run out of lane 1. And Malik Smith from the U.S. Virgin Islands. So there are 5 Jamaicans in this 8 field. And still trying to .45.9 for the world record. We're going to go nowhere close to that right now. Karsten Warholm was the man who set that world record. Demar Murray from Jamaica is running out of lane number 8. He was in lane 7, but they have added another one. So Demar Murray from Jamaica is in lane 8 now. Shamir Blake from Jamaica, he'll run out of lane number 7. And 19-year-old Shamir Blake. It's an appreciative crowd here at the National Stadium. So, Karen McMaster, Jaheel Hyde is also in the field. Twice World Under-20 champion. He did it in 2014, 2016. He's also the reigning Commonwealth Games champion. Karen McMaster, Commonwealth Games champion as well, a former. He got to the World Championship final in Eugene, Oregon, and is really one of the biggest in the 400 meters hurdles, along with Alison DeSantis, Rai Benjamin, and of course Karsten Warholm. He can count himself among the top 5 comfortably in the world. That's Karen McMaster, and possibly the favorite here to win this event. Marvin Williams in lane 2, and in lane 1 is, well, in lane number 2, Malik Smith. I keep forgetting that we've added another one. So Antonio Forbes is a man that they've added. So that's a lineup for the men's 400 meters hurdle. Let me go through them again. It's Forbes, Smith, Williams, James, Hyde, McMaster, Blake, and Murray. As we told you, a number of events are happening at the same time. The women's triple jump, I'm going to give you an update on that one. The last time we checked, it was Shanika Ricketts who was leading with 14 meters 50. They're now into the 3rd round. They're called to their marks. The men's 400 meters hurdles. Rachel Clayton won the women a short time ago. And a very, very close finish in the end over the American Anna Cockrell. Karen McMaster, who is in lane number 7. Again, they're trying to will on the women's triple jumpers. They're called to their marks. Malik Smith from the U.S. Virgin Islands in lane number 2. Tonight we're also going to have the chance to see Antonio Watson, the world champion over 400 meters, in that rematch with Matt Hudson-Smith of Britain. They were first and second in Budapest last year. But now it's time for the men's 400 meters hurdles. They're on their marks, in the set position, and away they go. A full field for this one. And Karen McMaster is making the early running. In fact, he's up in Jaheel Hyde already. Karen McMaster, keep an eye on him. So it's McMaster from Hyde. Murray out in lane number 8. Knows that he has to get to the bend before them, but he can't. But Karen McMaster has already taken control of the event. And Jaheel Hyde is coming back. Karen McMaster, he shuffled there before coming over the 5th hurdle. They're into the straightaway now. But Karen McMaster. And Smith is also there as well. But he's running away with this event. McMaster has been upset here tonight. And wow, what a performance. What a performance from Malik James. King, the schoolboy, left Jamaica College just recently. And tonight he produced a wonderful performance. And he really took down some big names. Malik James King. This must be the performance of his career so far. Look at the names that he has taken down. .48.39, a new personal best for him. And when he came into the bend, Malik James King was nowhere, but right at the 5th hurdle, McMaster shuffled and clearly would have lost his rhythm, and it gave Malik James King an opportunity to sneak in, and he sneaked in and pulled away from a fantastic field to win this one in a new lifetime best, .48.39. He must be surprised, but what a performance from the youngster. .48.39, the winning time. And this is a major upset here. He's taken down some really, really top names. Malik James King. What a big performance from the youngster. So they're into the first 3 rounds of the women's triple jump. It's now done and dusted. Do we have Alex Swaby with us? Not quite. If you're just joining us, welcome to Nationwide 90 FM. We're bringing you live coverage of the Jamaica Athletics Invitational here from the National Stadium. We're going to dip into studio for a quick break. And when we come back, we'll continue with our live and continuous coverage.
Come into the parlor, there's a welcome there for you.
Welcome to the Mayor's Parlor with Desmond McKenzie.
From 1 to 6 p.m. every Sunday, you'll now get more of your favorite vintage music.
Put your head on my shoulder.
Nationwide 90 FM will transform your Sunday into a musical time machine that will take you way back.
Come with me. Let's go back in time.
This magic moment.
Journey into yesteryear with Desmond McKenzie in the Mayor's Parlor.
I've got the music to jog your memory and make you smile.
Put your sweet lips a little closer to the phone.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the best in vintage music.
Come into the Mayor's Parlor every Sunday between 1 and 6 p.m. here on Nationwide 90 FM, a revolution in media.
The Olympic Games 2024 live from Paris in France, exclusively on Nationwide 90 FM.
The Jamaican star shines bright once again.
Live here halfway through the Olympic finals.
This summer, Nationwide 90 FM is coming in hot.
Jamaica to the Blacks!
Nationwide 90 FM will be blazing as we bring you the games of the 33rd Olympiad live from the French capital, Paris. 16 fantastic days of competition in 41 sports.
Noblin Williams-Mills coming, the glory flapping, her arms are waving, and Noblin Williams-Mills coming through for Jamaica's goal.
The station will bring you analysis and live coverage from the opening day of competition, Friday, July 26th to the very last day of action on Sunday, August 11th.
And some parchment! Let's go! Oh, what a run!
Everything and anything Paris Olympic Games 2024 can be heard right here on Nationwide 90 FM.
It is a glittering gold for Sharika Jackson, and how they will celebrate that back in Jamaica.
We'll capture the spirit of athleticism. We'll narrate the Olympic fever, define thrilling moments, and report on the blood, sweat, and tears of the world's greatest athletes. Nationwide 90 FM is going to the Paris Olympic Games, and we're taking you with us. Tune into Nationwide 90.3, 90.5, 90.7 and 90.9 for live updates and commentary. We'll be giving the listeners a front row seat to witness excitement, triumph and memories.
And I think it was a clean sweep for the Jamaicans.
Stay tuned to Nationwide 90 FM 24/7. Experience the Paris Olympic Games 2024 right here on the Revolution in Media Nationwide 90 FM, your Olympic Center. Exclusively on Nationwide 90 FM. National Stadium, we have up on us the women's 400 meters, and we'll give you the lineup quickly. We're joined by Daniel Dowie, a member of our broadcast team for the last World Championships in Budapest. Daniel, good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Wayne. Good evening to our listeners.
So 7 will go in this one. Let's quickly give you the lineup. Shanna K. Anderson, Stephanie Ann McPherson, Nasha Robinson. There's Brittany Brown of the U.S., Cherokee Young, Stacey Ann Williams, Alexis Holmes, Aliyah Abrams, and Stephanie Ann McPherson, the veteran, the several times national champion. So the athletes will be introduced shortly to the many spectators who have turned out here to witness this event. Danielle,
Yes.
Top event. We have seen some exciting events so far.
Yes, we have really still surprised by that win by Malik James King in the 400-meter hurdles for men. Really excited for that. And with Nikisha Price from Arkansas back in the U.S. running 49.32 seconds, the second fastest Jamaican woman ever over 400 meters. I'd really love to see what the ladies here do this evening.
Yeah, Stacey Ann has been having a good season as well.
She has. She's built on well, coming from last year, making her first World Championship team. And she looks really strong to be a front runner for us in the quarter mile event heading into the Olympics. It's a really impressive run. 49.32 is good work. That's serious running.
Yeah, but if you were to pick one, who you think probably should have this one covered?
In this race?
Yes.
Alexis Holmes of the USA has been pretty dominant, and I would say that she definitely has an edge based on how she's been performing. over just on different 4x4 legs and just what she's done so far. Looking to see what we get out of Young and Williams of Jamaica. We've only really seen them run just a few races so far.
Yes.
So this is like the official season opener for our pro athletes. So really looking for them to open and do well.
Well, I want to get your take on your favorite event, your event that you excelled in. What an outstanding start to the meet. But we're going to bring you live coverage now on the women's 400 meters. In lane 8, Ashley Williams. In lane 7, Brittany Brown. In lane 6, Stacey and Williams. Alexis Holmes is in lane 5. 4, Nasha Robinson. 3, Stephanie and McPherson. And Shanna K. Anderson in lane number 2. The women's 400 meters here at the Jamaica Athletics Invitational. I almost said the Jamaica International Invitational. That's a thing of the past. They've rebranded it. And let's see if we're going to have the sort of performances that made that meet such a big one. They're off and running for the women's 400 meters here at the Jamaica Athletics Invitational. Stephanie Holmes is in, Alexis Holmes is in lane number 5. You've got to keep an eye on her. But there's also Stephanie and McPherson. There's also Ashley Williams. They're trying to sort themselves out at the moment, though. It's Holmes who is running very, very strongly. Stacey and Williams has been in very good form this season as well. So she's right there in the mix-up as well. The biggies are there. Stephanie and McPherson just a bit off the pace at the moment. But Stacey and Williams takes them into the straightaway and looking very good at the moment. But Holmes is right on her shoulders, and Holmes turns into the straightaway. If you look at the facial expression of both, Holmes looks so much easier on the eyes. Stacey and Williams is beaten big time as Alexis Holmes, as Daniel Dowie told you, strolls away with this one. She looks fantastic. What a brilliant front-running performance from this American. She's in good form, 50.30 the flash time. But Alexis Holmes came in as the favorite, and she duly obliged.
Yeah, that was a brilliant run from Holmes. As I said, she looks really strong the way she just handled her speed comfortably down the back straight away. You saw that she had a lot in reserve to take it home and finish the race strongly, in opposed to Stacey and Williams, who went out a lot faster, did a lot more work to maintain that speed, and she just didn't have the legs on the last bit. But really great effort there for Holmes to open up with a pretty solid 50.3 seconds.
And Daniel, it looked as if she didn't even get out of first gear.
Well, that's the beauty of when you're running comfortably.
Let's go to Alric Swede. Sorry, Daniel.
It just means that's more work.
When you look at the quality of the field, your thoughts on what you did?
I mean, 400 hurdles, as I said, there's always somebody. Even, you might have the big 3, big 4, but then there's always guys like, for example, today, Malik James King, who came up. So, I mean, it's just one more added to the bunch. So, everybody is, especially for us in Jamaica, me, Clark, James King, Asini, and the others coming. So, we have our work cut out for us.
Jahil Hyde talking there to...
It's pretty same thing. It's pretty much the same as here. I mean, Texas, the same weather for the most part, so it was pretty easy adjusting. I mean, of course, you miss home, but, we're professionals. We just have to do what we have to do. Thank you.
Jahil Hyde. Yes, Jahil Hyde there talking to Alex. You were saying, Daniel, before we had to cut in.
Yes, we were just reviewing the race and pointing out the difference between how Stacey and Williams of Jamaica and Alexis Holmes of the USA both went out really strongly, but it was a lot more comfortable for Holmes of the USA. She exerted less energy and was able to finish stronger in the last part, where we saw Stacey fading, which is typically her running style. When she learns to run the first part still quickly, but comfortably and able to run fast but conserve, she'll have a better finish.
Let's go back to Alric Swebe.
Winner of the women's 400 meters hurdles.
Oh, it's been really great. Everyone's friendly. The energy is great, so I had a lot of fun. Thank you. I was just expecting a smooth race. Obviously, try to get the win. That was the main goal. So I feel pretty good about it. No, speed is not necessarily my strong suit, so I just try to stay relaxed and poised because I know I have a strong finish. So down the backstretch, just stayed relaxed, made my move when I felt like it was the time, and just crossed the line first.
50.31, are you satisfied?
What was the time? 0.3. Okay. I mean, I think that's a season best outdoors. Just right off my PR maybe, or might have been a slight PR, but of course I really want to dip under 50 point this year, so just gonna keep working. Definitely under 50 point. I want to go home with an Olympic medal this year, so if that's God's will, then it'll be both. Hopefully both, God willing, yeah. I'll be in LA next weekend. Yep. Thank you.
A quick shot of you.
All right.
Yes and no. I try not to think about other people too much. Just focus on myself. I know Stacy's a really strong runner. We've been running against each other for a long time, so I knew I was going to have to run a good race today.
Speaking of concentrating on yourself, what were some of your goals going into the race? Going into the race, what were some of your goals?
Today, my goal was just to run a smooth race, stay relaxed. I've been traveling a lot, so my legs felt a little off, but we got the win, so I feel good about it.
Thanks so much. Okay, so that was Holmes, winner of the women's 400 meters here at the Jamaica Athletics Invitational.
Thank you very much, Albert Swiby, talking there to Alexis Holmes, the winner of the women's 400 meters. The men's 400 meters is up next, and where the athletes been introduced at the moment to the stadium. We'll give you the lineup proper in just a short time. Javon Francis is back. He used to call himself Donkey Man when he was at Calabar and was transporter. And that transporter name was taken on after that outstanding run in 2013 in Moscow when he took Jamaica from nowhere to, was it silver in the 4x400 meters at that particular World Championships. The turnout, though, it's really, really impressive.
Yes, quite a bit of people making use of the free bleachers entry. As you see, a lot of fans still moving in, coming into the stadium, filling up the bleachers section.
All right, so let's give you quickly the lineup for the men's 400 meters final. In lane number 8 is Terry Thomas. Lane 7, Jenny Luke. Lane 6, Wendell Miller. Lane 5, we've got Will London from the USA. In lane 4, we've got Javon Francis. In lane 3, we've got DeAndre Watkins. And in lane number 2, we've got Javon Pinnock. In the set position, sent away for the men's 400 meters here at the Jamaica Athletics Invitational. 7 going in this one. And up in lane number 4 already, we see Francis making a move. He actually trains overseas these days. They're heading up the backstretch now. Thomas out in lane number 8, showing a great deal of the running. But he's challenged here by Luke as well. And they're coming to the straight away. It is Francis. In fact, they're strung out across. Watkins with a slight lead. London is also there as well. And coming through in lane number 6, it's Watkins. 45.55. It was Wendell Miller from the Bahamas who came through in lane number 6. 45.55. 45.57 now. It's rounded up to.
That's a new personal best for Wendell Miller of the Bahamas. He trains at MVP Track Club and has been steadily improving all season. And this is a breakthrough moment for him, getting that huge personal best. That's about half a second taken off there, 45.5.
I didn't know he trained here in Jamaica.
Yes, he is with the MVP Track Club. Hasn't been there long, maybe just over a year, just about a year.
What was impressive about him is that he timed his run brilliantly. He really timed that one. He really turned on the afterburners after coming into the straightaway. He jogged, made sure that he was with the pack coming into the straightaway, and clearly used superior speed to wear them down and one going away in the end.
Definitely timed it well. Definitely timed it well there. He's run about 2 400s so far. And steadily improve each one, and this is the third one, and he again drops his time.
You've been keeping a track of him.
I've been watching all the results.
I know, but to just pick this one out of it and so on, so it seems as if you were keeping a tab on him.
I was keeping a tab on him. I know the progression, and I like to see when athletes steadily, work at getting their times better. And he was on the radar, and happy for the Bahamian, getting that personal best tonight.
So Wendell Miller from the Bahamas, winning the men's 400 meters.
Wayne, I still want to talk about the 400 hurdles because...
Yes, of course, go right ahead. I don't remember that I had asked you to do it. Well, we have Alric down there with another interview. Let's do that and come back.
Let's come out to the data to see where he is and to run.
When you look at the quality of the field, tell me how impressed were you with your time and what you would have done here?
I impressed with my time. The field was good. I'm a little tired from where we lay, so I was glad I was able to PB today. So I'm grateful for that.
What were some of your goals coming into the meet race?
My goal was to PB actually, or even to get the 44. But I'm putting no pressure on myself. I have more meets to go. So I just go back to training and I get prepared for that. I can't really say because, stuff happens, but for right now, I feel like my season going great.
What was the race plan? Did you pull it off the way you wanted?
For the most part, yeah, but I still mess up a little bit. My coach will say, I take too long to get going. So I basically take it too long to get going.
So that's something you can fix later.
Yes.
And you're more conscious of it now.
Most definitely.
All right. But what was the experience like competing at the meet today?
My experience is good. I competed last year at Grand Prix, so to come back and win, it feels great.
That was Wendell Miller, the winner of the B 400 meters. And the A is coming up now, and it will feature the world champion Antonio Watson. A lot of people have been talking about Antonio Watson's performance so far this season. Someone in the camp told me that he's going to run 45:20 tonight. They say what we've been seeing of him is deliberate. It's about trying to work on stuff and try to get things correct. And tonight he's going to run 45:20.
I think it's a lot different for him this season because all eyes are on him, and they weren't last year. Last year he popped on many people's radar only at the Racers Grand Prix when he ran that 44.7. So, now everybody's watching him and looking at the progression, and they're not so happy because they expect him to be running 44 out the gate, and not every athlete runs like that. There's some athletes need to build up, coaching styles, programs are different. And we'll continue to monitor and see what he does here tonight. It's getting closer to the national trials, less than 2 months away, so he should be definitely getting faster.
I can tell you it's one of the reasons why he didn't go to the World Relays, because he had this race to run this weekend. They didn't want him to run back-to-back weekends. But he's got a rematch here with Matthew Hudson Smith from Great Britain, who he beat in Budapest. I asked Matthew Hudson Smith on Tuesday, we had a chat, and I said to him, have you watched that race back? He said no. He didn't even want to watch it because he said when he came into the straightaway, he started to count the $70,000 that he was going to get because he thought he won it. And he said when he looked, Antonio literally came out of nowhere, and he says he's treating this as a rematch, not just as coming here to run. He wants a rematch. He wants to get it out of his psyche before they go back to the Olympic Games. He doesn't want to meet Antonio at the Olympics. He wants to meet him before, settle the score on his home turf. So let's see how they go here tonight. Let's just give you the lineup. Daniel, you want to just take us through this lineup for the men's 400 meters A?
Sure. In lane 1, we have Michael Joseph of St. Lucia. In lane 2, Zandrian Barnes of Jamaica. Lane 3, Demish Gay representing Jamaica. Lane 4, Matthew Bowling, USA. Lane 5, world champion Antonio Watson of Jamaica. Lane 6, Matthew Hudson Smith, who has Jamaican parentage, represents the United Kingdom though. And lane 7, Alonzo Russell, the Bahamian. And lane 8, Michael Cherry of the USA.
Michael Cherry is having a good season as well. They asked Matthew Hudson Smith what one of the things that he'd like to do before leaving Jamaica this weekend. Hear the noise. That's for the world champion. The first Jamaican world champion in 40 years. He's going to the Olympic Games. Well, he's got a small matter of the national championship next month, so let's not get ahead of ourselves. But the stadium is showing its appreciation for this outstanding Westmorlite, and he's really, really done well so far. But it did ask him what he wants to do before, if it's one thing he wants to do before leaving Jamaica this weekend, Matthew Hudson Smith, and he said, yeah, he wants to go to Hanover, where his people are. And somebody said to him, wow, if you ever know how far that is, you know, you might not get there, but let's hope he gets his wish. But it's a really good field here. Really, really, really good field. Watson should get a very good work tonight. Matthew Hudson Smith, Mike Cherry is having a good season as well. Demish Gay is going to always be there. Zandrian Barnes is also another top man as well. Let's see how this one turns out. It looks like a very, very good field, and the spectators here should be treated to an outstanding one.
Definitely. It's going to be really competitive, and we'll get to see what Antonio Watson does against Hudson Smith here.
So Antonio Watson will operate out of lane 5.
He breathes a sigh of relief, says a prayer, and begins to get into the blocks.
Is it relief or is anxiety?
Release.
You're saying did that when he went to the blocks in the 100 meters in London 2012, knowing that to his left was Johan Blake, a man who defeated him a month prior in Jamaica. But Antonio Watson, the reigning sportsman of the year for Jamaica, the reigning world champion, running out of lane 5. Matthew Hudson Smith is right there as well, in front of him in lane number 6. Well, he ran out very, very quickly, Matthew Hudson Smith. Demish Gay has also gone out very, very well. Mike Cherry is also tracking them as well. But they're flying up the backstretch area. Matthew Hudson Smith. Antonio Watson just a bit off the pace. Demish Gay in his inimitable style. Mike Cherry is left behind, but Matthew Hudson Smith is the man making most of the running here. There's also Matthew Ball from the United States, but Matthew Hudson Smith from Great Britain has taken charge of this event. He has a very weird style of running, Matthew Hudson Smith. He has a slight lead. Demish Gay is trying to make a move. Antonio Watson is in fourth at the moment, but there's no catching Matthew Hudson Smith of Great Britain, the reigning World Championship silver medalist. Here's the gold medal winner tonight, 44.64. That's the flash time. Matthew Hudson Smith. He told us on Wednesday that he's not coming here just to run at the Jamaica Athletics Invitational. He's seeing this as a rematch. He wants Antonio Watson's head, and he's gotten it tonight, and in emphatic fashion as well.
I don't know if he would feel good about that one, but of course feeling good about the win, 44.64. But, you know, Watson really surprised us there with the way he ran that race. He completely slowed down the first 100 meters and essentially jogged the first 300 meters of the race and tried to kick over the last 100 meters. Did not have the turnover, did not have the speed to surpass his competitors, but Matthew Hudson Smith went at it, dominated the race the entire time, didn't play any games, got out hard, ran smoothly, kept his hips tall, worked the arms, finished strong, and got a solid season's best out of it.
Has a weird style of running, is it? He said he got injured about 150 meters into that 400 meters World Championship final, and he decided not to stop. We were hearing that for the first time.
It was a good decision. It was a good decision not to stop. Yes, he detailed, I think it was an Achilles injury. He kept going and he ended up with a silver medal, and he was able to recover. You know, it was a risky move, but it paid off for him, and I'm sure he does not regret it. Good showing for him tonight. I'm sure his family in Hanover are happy to see him win.
Yes. Well, he said, I want to go to the place where my family members are. And he kept saying, to the place, and someone said to him, where's that place? And he said, I think it's Hanover. Do you have a place called Hanover? And he said, yes. It was really fun to be around them.
You know, it's funny how quite a bit of the British athletes have Jamaican roots. Dina Asher Smith. We'll see her later on in the 200. Her dad is fully Jamaican. Her mom one day is fully Jamaican and the other day is another Caribbean island. But, you know, Dina claims Jamaican heritage and Jamaicans claim Dina too. We love Dina Asher Smith, actually.
Well, Travis Michael was competing in the men's. So we'll try to give you the official time for the men's 400 meters A. We're also trying to give you an update on the women's triple jump. So Matthew Hudson-Smith, 44.69. Antonio did 45.61. They promised 45.20. Didn't quite get there. Zandrian Barnes is from Jamaica was third. He did 45.41. I did tell you that Matthew Boyling from the USA was second. He did 44.98. And Demish gave 45.63. Mike Cherry ran disappointingly, 46.81. Shortly, we'll give you an update on the women's triple jump. Shanika Ricketts appeared to have won that one. And we're seeing below us, we're seeing Jaden Hibbert sporting a full neon green, head tie and all. Doing his practice walk and practice runs. We'll give you an update on the women's triple jump shortly.
In third position from Jamaica, 9.48 seconds, Jamil High.
So the presentation, medal presentation for the men's 400 meters hurdles, where Malik James King really came out of nowhere to take down some real big names, including Kyron McMaster, who was second tonight. Jaheel Hyde was third. And the winner, freshly out of Jamaica College, relatively, Malik James King, with easily the performance of his career so far, given the number of big names that he took down tonight. The mayor of Kingston, the newly minted mayor, doing the honors here as far as the presentation is concerned. So both 400 meters hurdles events having their presentation just now. The next track event is the women's 200 meters. We'll give you that in a short while. You're going to have a chance to see Dina Asher Smith. Trying to get an update on the men's discus. In the meantime, Albert Swaby is downstairs with Matthew Hudson-Smith.
Let me say congratulations on winning the men's discus 66.89. You must be impressed with your show and your season so far.
Yeah, you know, I have to give God thanks. This season has been good to me so far, and I'm hoping to progress as it goes along.
Tell me, what were you expecting? Your thoughts on the distance, I must ask you first.
I mean, I'm grateful. You know, to throw 66.89 is respectable, but at the same time, I think, well, I know that I am far better than that. So to come out here and get 66.89, I'm grateful, but at the same time, I wanted more.
What are some of the areas you see that you will have to work on to be at your best?
Just my general timing. I think my timing was a little off, and I tried too hard on some of the throws instead of relaxing. The ones that I relaxed on, I threw over 66. So it's about finding that balance between being reckless, being more powerful, but at the same time being relaxed.
Thanks much.
Yeah, man, respect.
There you have it, Travis Michael, winner of the men's discus, 66 meters 89. He already has the Olympic qualifying mark, so he has to just turn up at the national championships and do what he has to do. As you heard him say, his timing is a bit off, and that's what he wants to work on. So we've got the women's 200 meters coming up. Daniel Dowie has that lineup for you.
Yes, we have Ranisha McGregor of Jamaica in lane 2, Nasha Robinson of the USA in lane 3, Lanatavia Thomas of Jamaica in lane 4, Dina Asher Smith of Jamaica, United Kingdom in lane 5, Jodine Williams of Jamaica in 6, Jessica Bai of Cote d'Ivoire in lane 7, and Ashanti Moore of Jamaica in lane 8.
All right, so the 2019 world champion out of Great Britain, Dina Asher Smith, is in this one, and I'm sure that's the one that a lot of people come here to see for this particular event. But Ashanti Moore is slightly building up her season. She's back home in Jamaica training now by J.C. Foster College with Maurice Wilson, and she believes that she's made the right move to come back to Jamaica. Brianna Williams is also listed for this one. We're not seeing her. So she's not in this one. She's listed but not in the field.
No,
so
she's definitely not there.
Ashanti Moore is in lane number 8.
You know, Thomas and Asher Smith both train at the University of Texas with Coach Flo, they call him. So familiar and with each other there, and expecting Thomas of Jamaica and Asher Smith of the Great Britain to perform really well here. And Jodine Williams has been showing significant improvements this season.
Was in the Bahamas over the weekend for the World Relays as well. Listen to this. Dina Asher Smith being introduced to the crowd here in Jamaica. Listen to this roar of approval from this likable Brit. When she heard from her agent that she was going to be running in Jamaica, she started to look at dresses and party clothes and hairstyle. We asked her on Wednesday if she got them together. She said, "You bet."
Oh yes, she said she got her nails done and her parents flew in and they're here today to watch her compete in their home country. So she's really excited about the love that she receives from the Jamaican crowds and fans and athletes and supporters.
They asked her what she would want to do before leaving here, and I'm going to try to say what she said in my best British accent. She said, "I heard somebody has some patties for me. 4 patties and I need them."
You know, I saw Shelly and Fraser Price says, you know, do you want pot cover? or you know, because she can arrange some pot cover for Dina Asher Smith in the stands. So, you know, just a lot of fun to host her. The relationship that Jamaicans have with this athlete is a loving one.
200 meters for women. The 2019 world champion and British record holder, Dina Asher Smith. She has Ashanti Moore out in lane number 8. Of course, there's Jodine Williams in lane 6. There's also Jessica Gabney from Cote d'Ivoire in lane 4. Lanae Thomas, who made the Jamaica team to Budapest last year. Was it Eugene the year before? They're in the set position, and away they go. Dina Asher Smith is out very, very quickly. Jodine Williams is also there. Gnabry. Ashanti Moore struggling out in lane number 8. Lanae Thomas is also in there as well, but it is Dina Asher Smith who takes them into the straightaway. Lanae Thomas is right on her left shoulder, but Dina Asher Smith is running a very controlled race here. Gladdy is coming back very, very strongly, but the likable Brit, Dina Asher Smith, comes across the line in 22:46. A very, very controlled race there from Dina Asher Smith. She says she's in good form. She's moved her training base to Austin, Texas, and she says she's feeling very, very good. Just months away from the Olympic Games, and tonight was a statement performance.
Very controlled, as you said, for effort there from Dina Asher Smith. I expected her to blast out the blocks, drive out a bit, but it was all controlled. She must have ascertained that she was going to win this one easily. She got out and just basically cruised home.
Lanae Thomas tried to make a race of it. Of course, there was also Jessica Gabi out of the Cote d'Ivoire, but none was good enough tonight to catch Dina Asher Smith, though Gabi could make a case for almost getting her on the line.
Yes, the last 10 meters there, she looked to have been, you know, feeling the lactic still, despite running such a controlled race. Really conservative race from her. Not what I expected. I thought she was going to blow it out and try to get a world leading time. But nonetheless, Dina Asher Smith gets the win here in front of the crowd, in front of her Jamaican fans, and in front of her parents. And what more can she ask for?
Did her parents actually come in? Did they actually come?
Yes, she did say that.
She said they were flying in, but did they actually make it in? Because I know some athletes who were left stranded somewhere in Atlanta Well, it depends on where they were coming from. But she did say that for sure, because we were there when she said, yeah, my parents are flying in. I hope they did get in.
I hope so too. Whether they made it or not, we're not sure, but she did confirm that they were flying in. So.
Right, for sure. All right, so Dina Asher Smith, the stadium was looking for a pleasing performance from her, and she delivered tonight. And I tell you what, we're getting a crowd that looks Gibson Relay-ish, or it looks Saturday Champs 1:30, 2 o'clock-ish.
It's a great crowd. We can see at the 100-meter start, that section is completely filled up.
And the KC section full up too?
The KC section is completely filled up. And we see a lot of, dispersed sitting around the backstretch area. It's looking good. It's looking good. I'm happy to see the turnout, and more people are still slowly but surely walking and filling up the spots on the stand. So if you're listening, it's not too late. You can come on over and catch a solid hour and a half or so left of world-class races.
And when you consider that they say the bleachers is free admission, you just think that you might have a nice crowd by the end of tonight, because people are filing in. The traffic was really heavy, so it might have taken a lot of people a bit of time to get inside the stadium. We have a medal presentation at the moment, so you're not missing anything right now. Shanika Ricketts, she won the women's triple jump. We're yet to get her distance. The men's triple jumpers are out there going through their warm-up exercises. We saw Jaden Hibbert. A lot of people looking forward to seeing him tonight. But Alwick Swaby is at trackside. Let's hear from him. Well, not quite. I'm seeing Alwick, and he's not quite ready for us. But we're looking at Alexis Holmes collecting her 400 meters winners gifts. And what a really, really nice performance from Alexis Holmes tonight. She came in as a former athlete and produced a performance that I think was a really, really smooth performance. Didn't have a great deal of challenge tonight. And I'm sure she's looking forward to the rest of the season. She says she's heading to California next weekend. She'll be in California next weekend. And the season is getting a bit more busy for these athletes, because they're now trying to segue into their national championships. And it is a time of year, Daniel, that they also, while they get these events under their belt, they also have to make sure that they sort of, organize and don't take on too much leading into the national championships, and still don't take on too much after the national championship, because it's going to be a month after before the Olympic Games. That yes. Kind of balancing act.
Definitely. At this point in time, athletes should know exactly how many races they're going to do leading up to their respective national championships. And it's usually very conservative, at this... when you have 2 months to go, you're doing fine-tuning at this time of season.
All right, so Daniel will have the 200 meters lineup for you.
In lane 1, we have Jabari Thomas of Jamaica. Lane 2, Michael Campbell of Jamaica. Lane 3, the Canadian Brendan Rodney. Lane 4, Pablo Mateo of France. Lane 5, Christian Coleman of the USA. Lane 6, Zarnell Hughes of Great Britain. Lane 7, Fred Curley, USA. And Lane 8, Jazeel Murphy of Jamaica.
So, Fred, Alwick Swaby is with us. Not quite. He's not quite ready for us. As soon as he's ready, we can't take him. We have to take him after the 400 meters. Well, they asked Fred Curley. He no longer runs the 400 meters, but they asked him on Wednesday. He actually arrived late. He was stranded at the airport. He got in and his ride picked him up late, he said. But they asked him, they said, Fred, they were talking to Matthew Hudson-Smith. And they say, Fred, do you miss the 400? And he said, I'd annihilate all of them in the event now. If he says if he go back to run the event now, he'll annihilate everybody. So, yeah, that's a brash, confident young man. So, the 200 meters lineup, there's Christian Coleman. I asked him why is he running the 200 tonight. He says he's going to double at the national championships and hopefully double at the Olympic Games if he gets an opportunity as well. Well, let's hear
Speaking with Sarika Ricketts. Sarika, again, congratulations on the victory. Coming in, what is a goal? I know anybody going to that competition goes in to win, but apart from winning, what were some of the goals that you set for yourself?
The goal was to execute what I've been working on in training. In some of the jumps, we saw that it was evident that what we're doing in training is working. And so we wanted to first win, but also to make sure that we are improving as the rounds go on, and also making sure that I'm bringing enough speed and maintaining the speed throughout the phases.
Satisfied with the distance?
Yes, I'm very pleased with the distance. That's a solid opener.
And tell me, when you look at what you would have done here, how does that set you up for the championships as well as the Olympics and other meets going forward?
Yes, so basically I just have to keep improving. I know the technical glitches that I had tonight, and just continue to improve. I have a competition next week in LA and then Eugene. So I'm just hoping to keep on improving so that by the time Paris comes around, I will be at my best.
And on the field, what's your thoughts on the field that you competed against tonight?
It's a quality field. They have been doing exceptionally well indoor. We have the world champion.
So the 200 meters for men. Apologies for that. We'll have to go for the call for the 200 meters. Zarnil, who's a favorite, is in lane number 6. Fred Curley's right behind him in lane number 5. They're sent on their way for the men's 200 meters. Zarnil Hughes flew out of the blocks very, very, very quickly. Fred Curley and Christian Coleman are also there with him. They turn into the straightaway. It is Christian Coleman with the lead. It is Zarnil Hughes who is chasing him. There's Matthew from France as well. But Zarnil Hughes from Great Britain has taken command of the men's 200 meters, and he runs away with it. 19.94. He's happy, ecstatic. Zarnil Hughes. Wow. What a performance! He took control of the race in the last 70 meters, and no one, absolutely no one was going to catch him, and they didn't.
You said it, Wayne. He's the favorite. He was so strong over the last 100 meters. Very impressive run from Zarnil Hughes. Really well, evenly distributed race for him. Wasn't the first out of the blocks. Coleman was the first off the curve, ran really fast, and we know he's the 60-meter world indoor champion. He gets out really well, and this is where, coming off the curve, Zarnil Hughes starts to separate himself comfortably from the rest of the pack. He looks so much stronger. He's a lot more built than he normally looks, and just eases himself across the line in 19.94, sub 20 seconds. Pretty comfortable.
That was what made him so happy. He was ecstatic when he crossed the line, not because he won, but he ran a sub 20 tonight, and he must be happy with himself. Glenn says he's training him for a particular time of the year because he had to leave for 1 week to go to the Bahamas to help the Great Britain team. So he was sort of tailoring his training to meet that and to meet this. But he's really in good shape to be running 90.94 at this time. Not bad at all. But then Curley, and Curley is a 400 man.
He's
he
a
was second tonight, right?
400 man that went down to 100, just like Shericka Jackson. And you'd expect that he would have the right balance at 200 meters, but settles for second here tonight. Even with that 400 strength, we didn't see that was able to get the better of Hughes, but really good effort from Curley as well. But not against the brash talking, though. You know, when you talk brash, you have to win.
You have to back it up. Yeah. Pablo Matteo from France ran a very good race. He finished third. But Zarnil Hughes looks in really, really pretty good shape. And he's heading off to the British trials, I'm sure, in a couple of weeks' time, just like most of these athletes will be heading to different destinations around the world. I think it's a very good time for us now to take a quick break, maybe one, at best 2 commercials from the studio, and get back here.
Come into the parlor, there's a welcome there for you.
Welcome to the Mayor's Parlor with Desmond McKenzie.
From 1 to 6 p.m. every Sunday, you'll now get more of your favorite vintage music.
Put your head on my shoulder.
Nationwide 90 FM will transform your Sunday into a musical time machine that will take you way back.
Come with me. Let's go back in time.
This magic moment.
Journey into yesteryear with Desmond McKenzie in the Mayor's Parlor.
I've got the music to jog your memory and make you smile.
Put your sweet lips a little closer to the phone.
sit back, relax, and enjoy the best in vintage music.
Come into the Mayor's Parlor every Sunday between 1 and 6 p.m. here on Nationwide 90 FM, a revolution in media.
Welcome back to the National Stadium here at the Jamaica Athletics Invitational. I think we've got Dina Asher Smith downstairs with Alric Swebe. Let's go to him now.
Today I'm capable of really good time right now. Probably could have done things a little bit better, but that's also why we race. It's why we don't open up in the Olympic heat, you know. You do these races, you get in great shape and you push on to bigger things. So I'm so sorry, I can't hear you. Yeah, I got Prefontaine, Europeans, trials. It's going to be a fun few months for me, so yeah. Thank you. I really want to do really well. I'd love to be a European record holder by the time the season's over. I'd love to have an individual medal, and I have to execute it better than that, but we've got a long year to go, so it's all good. Hopefully just some more good times. Personally, I'm looking forward to going to Devon House and getting a patty tomorrow. Oh no, it's closed tomorrow, isn't it? Oh, hope so. I'm looking forward to that. But honestly, just staying healthy, being fit, being happy and fast. Again, I'm blessed to be here in Jamaica. Thank you all so much for having me. It's been a joy. And yeah. Oh, I really hope so. One or the other, you know. I can't go back home without having one. So thank you very much.
What's with Dina and these patties? I told you she mentioned somebody has 4 patties. She says she wants to go to Devon House tomorrow to get 4 patties. She travels tomorrow, by the way. She says she'll leave on Sunday late.
A patty is a key part of the Jamaican cultural identity.
But not the Devon House patty.
Not the Devon House patty.
Juicy or tasty.
But for her, it's just a patty. She doesn't know the distinction probably at the end.
All right, so the presentation ceremony is going on. Travis Michael is collecting his award for winning the men's discus, and himself and Frederick Dakers, very good friends for years, both former Calabar men, and they've gone on to do some good things for Jamaica. And just looking was it Raymond Richards who won the men's high jump, or was it Lashane Wilson? Just saw somebody on the podium. Is that a Wilson? We'll try to give you that.
You are correct. It is Raymond Richards of Jamaica.
Right. Who won. And it was 2 meters 24. And Dontavius Hill from the USA did 2 meters 20. And Christoph Brand did 2 meters 15. Christoph is capable of so much more. 2 meters 21 jumper. So didn't really perform quite up to the level that we know he can or he has done before. The 100 meters for women is next track event, and the triple jump for men is on the way at the moment. We're going to keep a tab on that as well, but Daniel will give you the lineup for the women's 100 meters.
Yes, here's the lineup. In lane 1, Gabby Cunningham of the USA. Lane 2, Yannick Thompson of Jamaica. Lane 3, Nia Ali of the USA. Lane 4, Danielle Williams of Jamaica. Lane 5, Toby Amsan, the world record holder from Nigeria. Lane 6, Christina Clemens of the USA. And lane 7, Leticia Baptiste of France. And lane 8, Rochelle Burton of Jamaica.
So Nia Ali is not in the field. She's listed for lane number 6, but she's not there. So the triple jumpers have now been introduced, and the noise you're hearing there is for the young phenom, Jaden Hibbert. His performance is one of those that's eagerly anticipated tonight, and we'll see how well he does. Sean D. Thompson is also in the event as well. Sean D., a more than capable operator in this triple jump. We saw Tintuglu losing to Kerry McLeod at the Doha Diamond League yesterday. So we're not seeing the 2019 100 meters hurdles champion Nia Ali. She's there?
She is there.
You skipped her name. You didn't call her name, you know.
No, I did call her name.
Really?
I did.
Because when you said Amusa and you went to Letitia, but it's fine. She's there. That's the important thing. She's there. So we've got a full field.
She's there. I saw her in the warm-up area, and I'm looking at her. I'm sure that's Nia Ali I'm seeing at the track.
Yes.
In the pink Nike outfit. You know, she's she's a mother of three.
Yes.
She's in lane 3, the mother of 3, and so too Christina Clemens, just recovering from having her first child.
Her first child, okay.
So both athletes, well, Nia no, well back after having the baby, but Christina Clemens on the comeback, and she's looking pretty good. 12.6 her last race.
Yes.
So really. Want to see what Toby Amazon. She's had so
what
many
she looks
challenges.
like. Yes, I tell you,
after what
she's been through it, man. It's almost like the world record is a curse for her.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, but Nia Ali
her.
famously brought out her 2 children when she won in 2019 in Doha, Qatar. She's also the partner of
Andre DeGrasse.
Andre DeGrasse. All right, so the 100 meters hurdles should be coming up shortly. The hurdles are being adjusted, and the officials are making sure that they're properly placed. You're listening to Nationwide 90 FM, the exclusive radio broadcasters of the Paris Olympic Games, starting on July 26th proper. But the Olympic Games actually starts on the 24th. There's some football matches that will have the Olympic Games getting underway 2 days before the scheduled opening ceremony. And of course, we're going to have it live and exclusive on Nationwide Radio. Don't worry about you being on the road, because some of the key events will come in and around the perfect drive time. Is that you're heading to lunch or heading back from lunch or so on and so forth. So it's going to be very, very key that you tune into Nationwide 90 FM so you don't miss a beat. And I tell you what, Jaden Hibbert is the first stop in the men's triple jump. And he's already asking the spectators to sort of get him going. And what a phenom. 17 meters 68 last year, still the longest jump in the world from last year. And he's also a showman. He's asking the crowd for its support. Jaden Hibbert, the NCAA record holder, and of course the World Junior record holder as well. He's getting ready. Chains around his neck, a orange band around his head, and he sets sail. The first attempt in the triple jump, and he's just getting started. He gets a white flag. That's the important thing. And the crowd is already G'd up for this outstanding Jamaican who many believe would have won gold in Budapest last year had it not been for that hamstring injury suffered on his first attempt. We're looking at the replay. As I mentioned, we've got the benefit of a monitor in our broadcast area. So we're able to see Jaden Hibbert's attempt on the replay. And Hubert Lawrence would have said, he's just getting started. And we tell you, 17 meters 11 is his first attempt. So the world record, 12.20 by Toby Amusan from Nigeria. That's it for the 100 meters hurdles, or it's 12.12?
12.12.
It is Brittany Anderson who did 12.20. Was it?
Brittany was
Where did the 12.20 came
she
from?
Did 12.31 today, I'm hearing in Italy.
In Italy, her times are coming down massively.
That
was a massive come down.
That's a
from what she opened
drop.
the season with.
Yes.
Wow.
I'm searching for the results to confirm.
12.31.
Yes.
That's crazy.
You know, and she's already the national record holder. We have in this race as well Daniel Williams, our 2-time world champion in running out of...
and the reigning world champion.
And the reigning world champion.
And she's got Nia Ali in lane number 3. She's a 2019 world champion. And Nia Ali from the USA. Nia Ali.
You know, we joke about it. Every time she has a baby, she comes back and runs faster.
Yes.
And she continuously, it's something that we laugh about.
Hear the roar for the world champion, Jamaica. Jamaica's most successful female sprint hurdler, without question. 2 world championship titles and a bronze. You don't beat that. You can't beat that. Bridget won in 2009. Who else? The only 2 that we've won? Only 2, right?
The only ones that we've won.
That's
in
Brigitte
this race
and Danielle. And Danielle got a bronze as well.
Yes.
No question about it. She's our most successful.
Definitely. I think for her, she really wants to make an Olympic team. Surprisingly, she's never
When she said it, I couldn't believe it.
You know, that's something outstanding for Danielle Williams, and it's going to be really competitive as usual, but certainly not out of reach for the two-time world champion.
Well, I'm sure that didn't surprise you when she said she has not yet made an Olympic team, because you track these athletes so well.
I was surprised. I didn't realize that she hadn't made any other teams. But, you know, injuries, untimely. We saw, you know, Anthony Strawn, who trains at MVP, she announced that her season is out. Quite a few athletes making announcements like that.
Yeah. It's a pity for Anthony Strawn, though.
Yes, she's always been injury prone. And, let's get
especially in an Olympic year, you know.
It's a tough year to miss.
Yeah, it is.
It's really painful. You wait 4 years to get injured. It's horrible.
And then Yulima Rojas.
Oh, my God.
They're in the set position. The 100 meters for women. They're out and running. Nia Ali got out very well. Danielle Williams is right there with her. There's Yannick Thompson as well. It's a very, very competitive race so far. It is Toby Amusan, the world record holder, boring literally through the middle and comes across the line. Toby Amusan, the world record holder. Jamaica loves her, and they're showing their appreciation. She was nowhere with about 30 meters to go, but out of nowhere, she bore literally through the middle and past Danielle Williams and Nia Ali, who was contesting and disputing the lead up until that point. But the world record holder out of Nigeria is up and running. She won that one quite convincingly in the end.
Impressive win for Toby Amusan. For a second there, it was a blanket race down to the last two hurdles. All women neck and neck. Williams of Jamaica, Ali of the USA, Clemens of the USA, and Toby Amusan begins to step forward just slightly over the last three hurdles and takes the win in 12.37. A really fast time for her. A great sign for her getting back to the form that we saw when she broke the world record 2 seasons ago. Toby Amusan of Nigeria winning that one for her Jamaican coach, Lasina Golding Clark. It's nice to win in your coach's hometown.
For sure. At 12:37, the time for Brittany today was win legal?
Yes, win legal. Official time 12.40 seconds.
For Toby Amusan.
And Danielle Williams second, 12.46 seconds. Christina Clemens of the USA third, 12.54 seconds. And Yannick Thompson improving, you know, again, significantly, dropping her time, 12.59 seconds. Yannick Thompson is a special athlete.
Yes.
She's had injuries over and over again, but always seems to find her way back into shape. Similar to how Brittany Anderson is finding form, you know, Brittany's drop is significantly impressive, 12.31. But
I think she opened with 12.6 the other day, and now 12.31. And 12.31 is the fastest time in the world this year, is it not?
You know, it's really impressive, and it speaks to the talent that she has, because, I mean, the injury is she completely severed her tendon in the knee, and when she did that surgery, she went from not being able to walk any at all, the process, losing all the muscle mass on the leg. You know, just imagine, folks, the leg that was, you know, the surgery was done on completely, you know, disappear, and she built that up from scratch to come back and run and surpass her best. That's crazy.
Yeah. Well, we've got the presentation for the 400 meters hurdles. And we've also got the 400 meters with Matthew Hudson-Smith and Boiling. And, of course, we've also now gone to the triple jump presentation for women with Shaniki Ricketts winning that one. Tia Lafont from Dominica, the reigning indoor champion. She's also on the podium as well, as we switch our attention back to the men's triple jump, where Jaden Hibbert is into his second attempt. 17 meters 11, his first. Here he is down the runway, and very well. That clearly is an improvement on his first. So that could very well take him to 17 meters, and well, he gets the white flag, which is first and foremost, and he has improved clearly on his 17 meters 11. Let's see what he does this time. This guy, he's set for greatness. He's really set for greatness if he continues on the same trajectory.
It's really exciting when we hear about Jane Hibbert. I think everybody just sees the potential and the ability to get to 18 meters, 17.57 meters, 17.57 meters there on the second attempt for Jane Hibbert.
Do you know what that means? He had the longest jump in the world last year of 17 meters 68. He's gone 17 meters 57 already.
And it's only what? It's only the second week of May.
Week of May. This is crazy.
We just need him to stay healthy, stay focused, and it will be a special Olympics for him.
Goodness only knows what he's going to go on to do. As you rightly say, if he keeps his... While we're waiting now for the athletes who have gotten their medals and their guests to move away from the area.
Now, Wayne, I want to ask you, when you see Matthew Hudson Smith of Great Britain collecting his prize for winning the men's 400, he came here to defeat Antonio Watson. Do you think he would feel, like he got Antonio's head after how Antonio ran? He's not there in the top three. He slowed entirely down, ran a different strategy, took himself out of the race early, finished, and just ran the last part.
Well, these competitive people, whatever Antonio did is Antonio's business. It's psychology. He wanted to, maybe it's his way of healing. When we asked him if he looked back at the race, he said, let me skip that question. I don't really want to answer it. Then he went on to say, point I'm trying to make here is that he wants to heal. And the only way he's going to heal is if he gets one back. Because he said he won the race in Budapest.
Yeah, but did he get this one back? If he is this taking Antonio's head if Antonio slows down and didn't run the race?
I get the point that you're trying to make, but Matthew Hudson Smith, it doesn't matter to him. He won tonight. It's the process of healing.
I think it undermines the win. The psychology of the win, because he's gonna.
Does he know what Antonio was doing behind him anyway?
He doesn't know, but I'm sure when he watches the race, because he won, he's gonna see that the person's head he wanted slowed right down, and he's gonna say, "Oh, that wasn't the best." You want to beat them at their.
I get it.
You want a proper race, well-run race. You don't want a.
But the start of the
manipulated
race. And it wasn't manipulated. He came and he ran his race. It's up to Antonio to run his race. It's his business. What I wanted was that psychology of beating him back, and I did it tonight.
That could be counter psychology for Antonio as well.
It could be what?
Counter psychology.
Yeah.
Because instead of pressing and racing him and losing, he ran a different thing, worked on the finish, jogged the first.
But why would he do that though? Why would you focus on Matthew Hudson Smith when Matthew Hudson Smith is not even amongst the top four? If you really ask me, neither of them in the top four in the world for me. I think they Antonio, if we're to be honest, himself and Matthew Hudson Smith got lucky last year to win medals and money. Because if Stephen Gardner was in the race, he got injured in the semifinals. And if we're to be honest with ourselves, Stephen wakes up and he runs 43. Just get up and he runs 43. Yeah, nobody else in the world outside of Michael Norman can do that.
Well, the beautiful thing about athletes is that in everyone's head, they're just one race away from being the best. So sometimes we look at it differently.
Yeah. The good thing about Antonio is that he has accepted that he got lucky. He actually said it. We talk about it all the time, and he said it. He's aware of it. And Matthew Hudson Smith is aware also that he got lucky as well. Because if Gardner was there, neither of them would be talking. And it is something that, if we're to be perfectly honest and not biased as Jamaicans, we got away with that one. And it happens in sport. It happens. So Matthew Hudson Smith wanted to beat. He said he came here to beat Antonio Watson. He didn't put a caveat to say if Antonio ran slow down his race, if he didn't come, he wanted to beat him, and that's what he did. And for him, for each person, satisfaction come in different ways.
Well, we'll find out if he's completely satisfied with that win.
All right, so the men's 100 hurdles, the lineup, Daniel.
In lane 1, we have La France Campbell of Jamaica. Lane 2, Damian Thomas of Jamaica. Lane 3, Daniel Roberts, the favorites from the USA. Lane 4, Jamal Britt of USA. Lane 5, Orlando Bennett of Jamaica. Lane 6, Eric Edwards, USA. And lane 7, Andre Harris of Jamaica.
Daniel Roberts from the United States won bronze, I think it was, at the World Championship. And he won a Diamond League already this season, so he's in good form. Let's see what sort of form he brings to Jamaica, because he's not too far away from the U.S. nationals as well. Orlando Bennett is also not in bad form either, so he too should figure prominently. Is this the same LaFrance Campbell who went to Calabar? I think it is. Damian Thomas, a former national champion, is also in this one as well. And let's not forget Eric Edwards from the United States. But Daniel Roberts is a form athlete coming into this one. And if form is anything to go by, then he should win this one. But as Daniel just said to you a while ago, it is sport, it is track and field, and most importantly, it's a hurdle event. Nothing is guaranteed.
Did I say that, Wayne?
No, you didn't say all of that. Well, you say it's sports. Anything can happen.
Okay.
You see, sometimes one performance away from being...
I'm a former hurdler, so I know anything can happen. It's okay.
So the athletes are now called to their marks. Keep your eyes on lane number 3, Daniel Roberts out of the United States. There's a time when himself and Grant Holloway went crazy and ran some really superb times. And Daniel appeared to have fallen off a bit, while Grant ascended to now being the best hurdler in the world without question. But Daniel is back on the up and up. And a Diamond League victory this season would have done his confidence a world of good. And now, I think he won the second one in China. There's one in Shanghai, and there's another one. And I think the second one he won. And these athletes travel so much around the world. And Christian Coleman was saying because he was in China, it was difficult for him to get back to the Bahamas and be in tip-top shape. But the U.S. didn't need him. The U.S. ran 37 and change.
Without him?
Without Fred Curley as well. In May.
The key thing...
37.40?
37.10
was the world record, you know.
Is the chemistry of the team. They can come in with foot speed, but will they offer greater chemistry than who's running?
True.
I don't see that from Curley and Coleman, not necessarily.
Yeah. I think Curley will anchor if not early. I think Coleman will anchor when I think Coleman will anchor if he comes in and they put what's his name? Noah on the backstretch.
I don't know about that.
You think they let him anchor?
I think Noah will be an anchor. Noah is really going for the Bolt-esque effect.
What's happening? For the second time they're asked to stand up?
Yes, this is the second time of asking these men to stand up in the men's 110-meter hurdles race.
So you're saying 37.40. I'm not even going to dissect and try to find out the chemistry or whatever. 37.40 is what it is. 37.40 would have been the world record in 2004, around about that time, which is 20 years ago.
I tell you what, if I'm being honest with you, I'm just protecting myself as a biased Jamaican fan and former athlete.
You're going to need more than that, you know.
Yeah, I'm just protecting myself.
You're going to need
because
more
I
than
don't
that.
want to see the.
Well, I don't
world
talk from a
record
protective
go.
standpoint. I talk from a straight journalist standpoint. And 37.40 must have frightened the hell out of everyone.
Well, there are two sides to the coin.
Yes.
The times are there. They're very fast men. USA always comes with, and arguably we could say some of those times, you know, when we had, we had Young Blake, we had Bolt.
The bias Jamaican in you, you're searching. You're so searching.
I'm trying to give them something.
No. The best way to give them something is to be honest and to be straightforward.
Well,
and I'm not saying you're being dishonest. I mean, being biased.
Yes.
Really.
Let's clarify.
Right. So the 100 meters, 110 meter hurdles is, let's hope we get it going on the third time of asking. Orlando Bennett is in lane number 6, but the favorite is in lane number 3. That's Daniel Roberts. There's also Damian Thomas from Jamaica, La France Campbell, formerly of Calabar, in lane 1. And just as I mentioned Calabar, some fans to my right just mentioned Calabar. So, yeah, even they bring this cool thing even at this. They ask it to get up again, so the third time.
Wow. Wow, something is definitely wrong.
I wonder who's the starter. Who is the starter up there? Could we see him?
No, we're unable to see the starter from here.
I think we can, you know. I think we can. Is it what we're thinking?
So we're
Is
definitely
it,
having some issue. You don't want to be made to stand up.
This is the third time.
3 times and no.
So the board, there's some electronic problems down there. The stadium clock is down. The monitor away to our left, that's the one with the National Stadium that's heading into Liga Need. That monitor is down. And the monitors are back up now. So we should be okay this time. We should be okay.
You know, Wayne, when you mentioned Grant Holloway and his dominance in the men's 110 hurdle for the USA, it's very different than on the women's side for the USA. We see the changing of hands for them in terms of who wins their national trials each year.
Yes.
But Grant has had a quite...
The man has had a stranglehold on this thing.
Yeah. It's just asking who's going to join him at these games, because you know he's definitely...
I think Rashid is next in line.
Going to win.
Rashid Broadbelt, I think he's next in line. I think he's a good shot at winning it in Paris. All right, so they're on their mark for the 4th time. Let's hope it's 4th time lucky for the fans and also for the athletes, because you don't want to have them out there waiting for such an inordinately long time. They're away, and Daniel Roberts got out of his block very, very well. Orlando Bennett is also there as well, but it is Daniel Roberts. It's all about Daniel Roberts. LaFrance Campbell over on lane number 1 is also making a race of it, but Daniel Roberts from the United States, the 4-man in the race, comes across 13.16. That's the flash time. The American Daniel Roberts wins this one. He was a favorite coming in, and yet another favorite obliged tonight.
Pretty solid time for him, 13.16 the flash time, rounded up officially to 13.17 seconds for Daniel Roberts of the USA. Seemed to be struggling with himself in the middle of the race there, about at the 7th hurdle, but got to the 1st hurdle first, kept going, dominated the race, and just started to fight with himself in the middle of the track, but was so far ahead. No real challenge for him there. Easy race, easy win for Roberts of the USA.
Let's join Adric trackside.
Toby, you won in a world lead. Were you expecting to go that fast?
Look, we just try to get the win. Nothing crazy out here, but I'm just thankful. One race out of the way in May. Just looking forward to taking one race at a time.
The energy that surrounds this meet, the energy that you would have gotten from the fans, what's your thoughts?
It's electrifying. They're amazing. Amazing people, amazing country, amazing host. It's just a great feeling to be here again.
Thanks much.
Thank you so much.
So Alex Swibb there talking to the world record holder, Toby Amusan, who obliged tonight in the 100 meters hurdles. And she came through in the last 35 meters to win. So it's the Toby Amusan's time of 12:40 is not the world lead. It is the 12:31 done by Brittany Anderson today. That's the world lead. So, but not to take anything away from Toby Amusan. She ran a very good race tonight. But just for information purposes, we're just letting you know that the world lead is 12:31 by Brittany Anderson. All right, so the next track event is the 100 meters for women. We've got 2 segments. And they're removing the hurdles from the track to make way for the women's 100 meters. Let's go to the studio for a quick break and come back in time. the Olympic Games 2024 live from Paris in France, exclusively on Nationwide 90 FM.
The Jamaican star shines bright once again.
Live here halfway tree in Olympic finals.
This summer, Nationwide 90 FM is coming in hot.
Jamaica to the blacks!
Nationwide 90 FM will be blazing as we bring you the games of the 33rd Olympiad live from the French capital, Paris. 16 fantastic days of competition in 41 sports.
Noblin Williams-Mills coming, but Rory flapping, her arms are waving, and Noblin Williams-Mills coming through for Jamaica's goal.
The station will bring you analysis and live coverage from the opening day of competition, Friday, July 26th to the very last day of action on Sunday, August 11th.
And some parchment! Let's go! Oh, what a run!
Everything and anything Paris Olympic Games 2024 can be heard right here on Nationwide 90 FM.
It is a glittering goal for Sharika Jackson, and how they will celebrate that back in Jamaica.
We'll capture the spirit of athleticism. We'll narrate the Olympic fever, define thrilling moments, and report on the blood, sweat, and tears of the world's greatest athletes. Nationwide 90 FM is going to the Paris Olympic Games, and we're taking you with us. Tune into Nationwide 90.3, 90.5, 90.7 and 90.9 for live updates and commentary. We'll be giving the listeners a front row seat to witness excitement, triumph and memories.
And I think it was a clean sweep for the Jamaicans.
Stay tuned to Nationwide 90 FM 24/7. Experience the Paris Olympic Games 2024 right here on the Revolution in Media Nationwide 90 FM, your Olympic Center. Exclusively on Nationwide 90 FM.
I'm Hans Parchment, and I'm asking you to listen to the Olympics on Nationwide.
Welcome back to the National Stadium. You're listening to live coverage of the Jamaica Athletics Invitational here on Nationwide 90 FM. We've got a packed grandstand. We've got the bleachers. We're trying to break down the bleachers. So if you're having a knowledge of champs, there's a segment in the stadium they call the KC segment. So that's the right of the grandstand, to the extreme right. The bleachers adjoining the right of the grandstand when you sit facing the stadium field. That area is heavily populated. In fact, the adjoining area to that is also heavily populated. And then to the extreme left of the grandstand, the bleachers that's attached to the left of the grandstand, all over that side is heavily populated. And then the bleachers in the middle and the wings, the flanks, not looking bad either. I tell you what, this is a pretty good turnout.
It is a great turnout. I can't tell when last I've seen the stadium this packed.
Yes, it's impressive. It is impressive.
At a non-champs meet.
It is impressive. It is impressive. If you could just, Daniel, just run over some of the winners that we've had tonight. We know Rochelle Clayton held off Anna Cockrell to win the 400 meters hurdles. Yeah, and that was a good performance. Malik James King, he won the men's segment. Travis won the men's shot put. Who are the other winners? Shanika Ricketts won the triple jump for women. The triple jump for men is going on at the moment. We have seen Jaden Hibbert. He has already done 17 meters 58, the 200 meters title. That went to Dina Asher Smith for the women. Did we have a 200 for men? Yes, Zanet Hughes won that one.
We did.
And the 400 meters, we saw some good performances as well, because Matty Hudson Smith won the men segment. The women's 400 meters title went to, we're doing this from memory all along, right? Alexis Holmes from the United States. There you go. And I suppose we've covered all of them, the track events, right?
Yes, we only have the 100 meters left. We're going to see two sections. We're going to have the B races and then for men and women, for women and men, and then we have the men's A race, and we close off with the women's A race for the night. But you know, as you said, the meet started off with a bang with the women's 400-meter hurdles on track. I'm really excited for Rochelle Clayton. She's been really
we close off with what?
forerunner.
What event we close off with?
We close off with the women's 100
Oh, they made an
meter.
adjustment to the schedule. Because on this it says the men with 100 meters dash is the last one.
On the live feed, it
Right,
has the,
which
the
clearly,
women.
so we go with the live feed because apparently they've made adjustments to it. All right. Maybe not a bad idea when you look at the lineup. Keep them waiting a little bit longer. Yeah.
Yes, I think based on the entrance, they decided that the women's race
It's more sumptuous.
It's more
So
sumptuous,
keep it.
and I think you know, just like we saw the Jamaican crowd give Dina Asher Smith this you know, warm, exciting welcome. I think
Marie-Josée Talou.
I think Talou is going to get, Talou Smith is going to get
Excuse-moi.
a more
Excuse-moi.
intense. We might be surprised by the
Yes.
energy that
Yes.
she receives from the fans here at the National Stadium.
She's such a bubbly personality.
She is, and you know, I think, you know, there are few people that if it's not a Jamaican on the podium, they will be pardoned and celebrated, and she's one of them.
She's one of those, yes. Dina is another one.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And people started to like Carmelita Jetta. So the triple jump is still on in earnest. Jaden Hibbert and Scott is also in that as well. And the fans, they've taken a break from the track because the track events have taken a break from them. Waysome is down the runway. Not a bad attempt. Did he get the white flag? Yes, that's not a bad jump at all. 16.44 he did in his previous jump. That looks much longer. So look at Waysome again. Grim determination, his concentration steep. And yes, he would have improved on that 16 meters 44 by some lead. Let's see what he does.
That looks close to
16 meters 62. It's his fourth attempt.
definitely closer.
So the presentation, 400 meters women, is that what we've seen down there?
No, that's the women's 100-meter hurdles. That's Christina Clemens with her baby in her
There you
hand,
go.
on her hip. And Toby Amasan, the Nigerian, who won that one, and Daniel Williams, our double gold medalist at the World Championships. They're collecting their medals.
Souvenirs.
A piece of Jamaica. You know?
Right, they try to give them a piece of Jamaica at these invitational meets.
So instead of medals, the winners and the podium finishers, the top three finishers, have been receiving framed artwork from, I assume, Jamaican artists, Caribbean art, contemporary art, beautiful art, a little piece of Jamaica to take
with
home
them, for sure. That must have been the loudest third place cheer I've heard. Daniel Williams. The winner, Toby Amusan. Well, I'm not sure how they're going to compete with this because Jaden Hibbert is about to jump and the presentation is going on. So the cheers you're hearing in the background is for Jaden Hibbert. Yeah. And he's done 17:13, 17:57. That's his chart so far. He passed on his third and he's now in his fourth jump. Let's see. Ah, that's a big one. Did he get the white flag? Yes. He doesn't look comfortable with it, but it does seem as if. So his chart is 17:13, 17:57. He passed on his third attempt, and his fourth attempt looked good to me, but clearly he wasn't happy. His facial expression, well, okay, the execution. He speared a lot on that takeoff board, and maybe that was what he was agonizing over, because had he gone a bit, he'd used up the board a bit more, whatever the distance here, he clearly would have had a bit more centimeters on it. But we wait to see. It is his fourth attempt, we know that. 16.92. Now I see why he wasn't happy. So on his fourth attempt, he passed on his third, and he's... So Sean D. Thompson, let's see what he has in store. So his chart looks like this: 15.29, 15.64, and 14.92. He passed on his 4th attempt, and he's now in his 5th attempt, Sean D. Thompson. He's begging for the crowd to support him.
Sean D. Thompson, his run-up is so long that he's starting in the pit on the opposite end of the pit that they're jumping in.
Again?
His run-up is so long that he's starting in the...
Oh, I see what you're saying now, yes.
I think that's at the east of the track.
The east of the track, right. It's a very good observation. I really didn't even notice it. All right, so give us the lineup for the 100 meters, Daniel.
So for the women's 100 meters B race, we have Shakura Wallace of Jamaica in lane 2, Tatiana Pinto of Germany in lane 3, Ramona Burchell of Jamaica in lane 4, Janelle Smith of Jamaica in 5, Mikhail Moody of Jamaica in 6, and Jura Levy of Jamaica in lane 7. She rounds out the athletes in the 6 athletes competing in the women's B race.
Okay. So Jura Levy, she told me in February that she's looking to get on the Jamaica team. If it's only the relays, she'd be happy to Paris. And we wish she, as we do the others, the very best in their pursuits. So they're called to their blocks for the 100 meters B race. Janelle Smith had an accident in Florida last year, back home, training at MVP, and looking to get back to the levels that she got to when she reached the World Championship final in, was it Eugene or was it Daegu? They're in the set position, and away they go. Janelle Smith got up well. Ramona Burchell is also there as well, but Ramona Burchell is in the middle of the park, and Wallace is also there as well, but Ramona Burchell that comes across, and it was Wallace and Burchell, but it does seem as if Ramona Burchell has taken that one. Let's look at the live table. It does seem to me as if Burchell did get it. Wallace made a good run of it, but Burchell, to me, got that one. And Janelle Smith was also there as well. So the cameras are on Burchell. We'll get a better picture here. So it was Janelle who got out very well. Wallace was doing some good running in lane number 2, but Burchell in lane 4 started to make a run of it. She caught up with Wallace just about in the end, and it looks like Ramona Burchell to me.
Yes, Burchell definitely won that one, and Burchell Smith, Janelle Smith, and Shakura Wallace separated themselves early. Very, Wallace on the inside almost got away with it with a sneaky run, but Burchell was, finishing strong. She built up more momentum, separated herself, was ahead by 30 meters or so,
yes,
and just continued to fend off the challenge from Wallace and Janelle Smith. And she takes the victory, and we await the official time
and placings. All right, so the women's B race is in the rear view, and next up will be the... Just trying to follow what we have here. So the men's 100 meters is next, and yes, they'll close off with the women. It's not reflected here.
Follow his instructions.
So the triple jump continues, and this is Waysome. He's getting a lot of support, especially from the grandstand. There's nothing else happening in the stadium at the moment, so all eyes are on him. The men's triple jump, they're in the 5th round, and this is Waysome. He streams down, and he gets the white flag, so that's very good to begin with. 16 meters, 62 is his best so far, his chart, and that was on his 4th attempt. Jaden Hibbert made the decision to go pro, something he held off on. So 16 meters 20 for Waysome. So he's not improved. Jordan Scott is the man up. 60 meters 84. Jordan Scott, 60 meters 84, his best attempt. Here he is. 4. Not a bad attempt. Does he get the white flag? It does seem so, yes. 60 meters 84, he's trying to better. So Roberta Burchell, 11:57 as a winner, as we called it. Corey Wallace, the other placing, 11.60 for Wallace in second. So it's 11:57 for Burchell, 11:60 for Wallace. As we look back at Scott's latest attempt in the triple jump, his best so far, 16 meters 84. Did he better that? 16 meters 42 for Scott. So the 100 meters for men. So if you could just now give us the official time in place.
Yes, the official time for the women's 100-meter B race. Ramona Burchell of Jamaica wins in 11.57 seconds. Shakura Wallace of Jamaica, 11.60 seconds. Janelle Smith of Jamaica, 11.68 seconds. Mikhail Moody of Jamaica, 11.79 seconds. And to mention the wind reading is positive 1.9 meters per second. So legal wind in the favor of the athletes.
So the triple jump continues. Sean D. Thompson's latest attempt. He's on the runway, asking for support from the fans. And they're giving him. His chart reads 15:29, 15:64, 14:92. He passed on his 4th, and he's now on his 6th attempt, 6th and final attempt, Sean D. Thompson. And he's stretching, looking there for, he was asking for more. Didn't come.
He gets the white flag. Currently in 6th position at the moment. This is round 6. The final round of the men's triple jump competition.
So the triple jump for men still going on. Sean D still had a few centimeters to spare on the takeoff board. And 16 meters 26. So that's it for Sean D. Thompson. So Sean D will end the triple jump in 5th position. Well, he is actually in 5th position at the minute.
The final round of the men's triple jump competition is 16.19 meters his best effort. Let's see what he does in round number 6.
The crowd really getting his teeth into this men's triple jump. So a red flag for Palmer. So he is 16 meters 19. Palmer's best jump. So he's in 6th at the moment.
Next on the runway is Janai Perry of Bermuda. He makes his 6th round effort.
Always a win, always a win. So the 100 meters, we're waiting on that one. In the meantime, the fans are trying to get themselves really settled into the triple jump. It's coming down to that time of the evening when the event is being disputed. But Jaden Hibbert has the longest jump so far, so we're waiting on that. He goes down the runway as the competitor continues, and he gets the white flag. That's the most important thing at the moment. Another medal presentation. Let's go back for another commercial break and come back.
Get ready for a show like no other. That's right. Every Sunday from 8:15 p.m. to 9:15 p.m., we're bringing you the Harvest Hour, only on Nationwide 90 FM. Join us as we dive into a soothing religious program created for your mind, body, and soul. The World Harvest Mission Church, creators of the Harvest Hour, is dedicated to making your Sundays God-fearing and saintly. Get a front row seat to moving sermons and affectionate worshiping. That's the Harvest Hour, every Sunday from 8:15 p.m. to 9:15 p.m. only on Nationwide 90 FM, the new revolution in media.
Come into the parlor, there's a welcome there for you.
Welcome to the Mayor's Parlor with Desmond McKenzie.
From 1 to 6 p.m. every Sunday, you'll now get more of your favorite vintage music.
Put your head on my shoulder.
Nationwide 90 FM will transform your Sunday into a musical time machine that will take you way back.
Come with me. Let's go back in time.
This magic moment.
Journey into yesteryear with Desmond McKenzie in the Mayor's Parlor.
I've got the music to jog your memory and make you smile.
Put your sweet lips a little closer to the phone.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the best in vintage music.
Come into the Mayor's Parlor every Sunday between 1 and 6 p.m. here on Nationwide 90 FM, a revolution in media.
Welcome back to the National Stadium. We've got 2 events to go on the program. The Jamaica Athletics Invitational is coming to an end, and we've got the men's 100 meters. Kadrian Golson, the World Youth Student Games champion, represents Jamaica. Jerome Blake from Canada. Ronnie Baker from the US is in lane 3. Julian Ford from Jamaica is in 4. There's Brandon Hicklin from the USA. Akeem Blake and Sanjay Davidson along with Earl Simmons. Let's go to the live thing because Brian Lavelle is here, but he's not on the previously posted lineup, so we're going to have to use.
Yes, I have Brian Lavelle of Jamaica in lane 3, Earl Simmons of St. Vincent in lane 4, Emmanuel Archibald, the ever-improving Guyanese, in lane 5. O'Shane Bailey of Jamaica in lane 6, Ramon Barneswell of Jamaica in 7, Michael Campbell, the miracle man of Jamaica in lane 8.
All right, so the athlete's been introduced. O'Shane Bailey has been around for forever. Former Calabar standout. He won the 100 meters at Boys Champs years ago, but he continues to campaign on the circuit. So it's Ashani Smith in 1, Taekwondo Tracy, another former national champion who courted controversy in Budapest last year. Brian Lavelle, Earl Simmons, Emmanuel Archibald, O'Shane Bailey, as I mentioned, Ramon Barneswell, and Mikey Campbell, as Daniel said, the miracle man out in lane number 8. Taekwondo Tracy is looking to get back to the levels that he was when he won the national championship. You're called to their marks. Brian Lavelle, he runs almost every week. But you know what? The important thing is that he's running himself into really, really good shape. His times keep coming down, which is what you want as an athlete. Each time you run, you bring your times down, or you jump higher, or you jump further. So the 100 meters for men, the penultimate event on the night. A full field going in this one. Again, Smith, Tracy, Lavelle, Simmons, Archibald, Bailey, Barneswell, and Campbell. They're on their marks. They're asked to stand up. Mind you, we'll have a B race. We'll have a A race after this, is it? This looks like the B race.
Yes, this is the men's B race.
Brian Lavelle, formerly of Edwin Allen High School. He told me he's finding it a very, very difficult proposition, trying to transition from being a youth star. Not many make it successfully, at least not immediately.
Interesting decision of training camps for Level as well. He's at Optimum Performance, relatively new, a very new, professional track club recently formed by Shaniki Osborne, former MVP coach.
Shaniki Osborne?
Osborne, yes.
Oh, I thought he said husband. So I looked at you and said, wow. And of course, we all know who she is.
And she worked,
she was in the news because of the Elaine Thompson-Hera situation.
And so she coaches Brian Lavelle, the former Edwin Allen standout.
And there were rumors that he was going to move with Elaine when Elaine moved. And no, as we all know, it was just rumors. So we now know he's still with her. And his times have been coming down, as I mentioned, which is really good.
Wherever you decide to plant yourself, you just have to trust the program
and trust the process.
And trust the process and stay focused and do everything that you need to do to ensure that you improve and take it from there.
Yeah. And you're talking about somebody who has patience and persistent. O'Shane Bailey. O'Shane has been around for years, and he continues to make Jamaica teams.
Because maybe that other athletes could learn from him, because oftentimes people want to or tend to want to count out athletes who are not dominating at the level of Shelley and Fraser Price. But when you're always there making the teams, and when your country can count on you to run a solid leg of a relay to get us into a world final or an Olympic final, that's a vital member of the team.
For sure. You really got to admire him, though, because he's really there every year. And we tend sometimes to set times and timetable for people and on when they should go and when they should stay. It's important that you set your own timetable, go when you think it's the right time to go, and stay for as long as you want to.
And the man next to him, Ramones Barneswell of MVP, he's a mid-30s and just now, having breakthroughs. He ran on his first Jamaica team the other day at the Penn Relays. So it's if you stick to it, you never know.
You never know when it will come, which is why you should leave on your own time, because you're the only one who knows exactly how you're doing and what you're feeling. All right, let's see if they could get them going this time around. The second time of asking. Again, it's Ashani Smith, Taekwondo Tracy, Brian Lavelle, Earl Simmons, Emmanuel Archibald from Guyana, O'Shane Bailey, Ramon Barneswell, and Michael Campbell. This is the B final.
Archibald has been running really well all season.
They're on their marks. In the set position. Sent off. Good start there. Brian Lavelle got out very, very well. Also there is Michael Campbell was there. But Taekwondo Tracy. And look at Brian Lavelle coming through. Brian Lavelle, Tracy got him on the line. Taekwondo Tracy won that one, but Brian Lavelle was bearing down on him. In fact, Tracy won it just on the line. 10.15. I'm sure he wouldn't be too disappointed with that time. His time's coming down as well. They have Brian Lavelle with 10.15, so they're both accredited at the same time.
Yes, both athletes credited with the same time. Dipped at the line. Very quick getaway for Taekwondo Tracy on the inside in lane 2. Brian Lavelle next to him in lane 3. Neck and neck at the line. Both athletes dipping. You see the torsos leaning, and they both look over at the clock, checking to see which one of their names will pop up. It was Tracy first, but both athletes credited with the same time. This is the best you can ask for. You're in the B race. He's been a national champion before, Taekwondo Tracy. He would definitely want to win this one, and he does. Not in dominant fashion, had to work for it, but a win is a win, as they say, 10.15.
Yeah.
And there's Sha'Carri Richardson in the stands. She's not competing today, but she's here. Sha'Carri watching the happenings here at the Jamaica Athletics Invitational.
And now she's recognized that she's on, and the stadium announcer is acknowledging her presence, and people are now seeing her. In fact, they didn't say who she was. They say, look at who we have. I think it would have made sense for them to also say who it is, because we're assuming that every single person knows, because she changes her appearance and her looks from time to time, so it's just sort of easy to get mixed up.
They do, but they put her on the big screen in the stadium, so the fans, a lot of the fans recognized her. She gave a wave, blew a kiss in Sha'Carri fashion. And now
they're finally calling her name.
Called out her name.
You realize the different reaction when they call the name.
Yes.
The cheers got louder because now they know who they are seeing. As I say, her appearance is so, it's get wild from time
dynamic.
to time.
It's dynamic. It's ever changing.
Better word. I said wild.
It's ever changing, and that's how the beauty of the women, the freedom to express ourselves on the track.
If the world champion is in the house, say it.
Yeah.
Don't just say, look who we have.
Yeah.
The world champion is here. Say, look who we have. Sha'Carri Richardson. And they had to do it.
I agree.
Yeah.
But, I think they thought everybody would recognize her on the big screen.
I never thought so, though,
It's very difficult to recognize when you're not in full gear. She's,
yes,
dressed down, not in...
But she's in full US gear.
She's in USA gear, but it's the dark blue suit, so it's not that obvious to the everyday track fan, possibly. Maybe definitely obvious to you, Wayne.
Yes. It's interesting that she's here and not running.
Wayne, I'm not going to play with you.
No, when I say that, I was just saying, we need to take into consideration that they're on the move. There's a meet in California next week. She was in China the other day, and there was a Diamond League yesterday, and you don't move around if you're not competing, because you want to stay put for as long as you can.
And the traveling takes a toll, and it's an Olympic year.
Exactly.
You're preparing, and every day counts, and you don't want to lose any unnecessary training time or recovery time doing what you don't need to be doing.
Or maybe she could be here supporting Alana Reid, or maybe their group they came in for warm weather. Well, they're in Florida, so it couldn't be warm weather training, but maybe the group, who knows who else from the group might be here, and they just use it as a week of training because Alana's been here for the week. So maybe the group is here training, and Florida is just up the road, just an hour and a half. So maybe, chances are, who knows? That could very well be.
Point taken, yes.
Yeah, probably something like that. Yeah, I don't know for sure, but that could be a good reason for them to be here. All right, so the men's 100 meters, that's the A race, is up on us. And thank goodness for Danielle Dowie. The previously posted lineup are not normally the right one, so she's going to give us the correct one now.
So in lane 1, we have Sandra Davison of Jamaica. In lane 2, Jerome Blake of Canada, stalwart on their 4x1 team. Lane 3, a very, very fast Akeem Blake of Jamaica. In lane 4, Julian Fort of Jamaica. In lane 5, Brandon Hickling of the USA. Lane 6, Ronnie Baker of the USA. Lane 7, Kadrian Golson of Jamaica. And lane 8, JT Smith of the USA.
So the athletes have been introduced to the stadium. Akeem Blake, I like what I'm seeing of him this season. I really do. And I think he could very well go on to win this one. In fact, I expect him to win this one. Akeem Blake is really having a good early season. Sanjay Davidson this time is also coming down as well. A lot of people say he reminds them of Usain. He just gave the takeoff sign that Usain gave in Berlin, and he did it also in Beijing, and he did it in London as well. Brandon Hicklin is also here as well, and he is running out of lane number 5. Beside him is a man who knows exactly how to perform on the big stage, Ronnie Baker. There was a time when Ronnie Baker was the #1 amongst a host of upstarts in the United States, and he's looking to make a comeback, if you like. Kadrian Golson is also making a name for himself. 994 his best, and he's brought over that form into 2024. It's an Olympic year, and these national trials, national championships as they call them, Daniel, it's going to be one hell of a championship. So JT Smith, and it's also from the United States, and that's the lineup for the men's 100 meters A. And I really do think Akeem is the one to beat in this one. Julian Fort, it's not looking bad either. Who's your pick?
If we, I think we're gonna see, season's best performance from Akeem Blake and possibly Davison and Golson and,
who's your pick to win?
Fort. I'm not feeling a strong winner from this one, but let's go with Akeem Blake.
Let's go with Akeem Blake. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So they're on their marks. So Fort beside Blake, and Ford is sandwiched. He's kept apart from Baker. Ronnie Baker is also a good one. Kadrian Golson, will they keep him in the race? That's the question. So Ronnie Baker and Akeem Blake are my two favorites. I'm bringing Akeem to win from Ronnie Baker.
So athletes call back. We saw
Kadrian
Golson.
Yes. Nobody has moved, I mean, people twitched because Sanjay Davidson twitched.
Fell out the blocks in the set position. Definitely wasn't a run out. Fell out the blocks. So let's see if the officials show him mercy.
Yes.
And they do. He's
Look what they're showing. Look what they're showing.
A yellow card to Kadrian Golson.
It looked as if it went over to Ronnie Baker. Did it not look that way to you?
No.
It looked like they went to Ronnie Baker.
Kadrian Golson gets shown the yellow card.
I know it's him, but if you believe, people in television land, please tell me. It looked as if he went over to Ronnie Baker. But we know it's Kadrian Golson who fell out of the block.
He calms himself now, takes a deep breath, and thanks God, I hope, for his second chance.
So we have a full field. So let's go it over. It's Davidson Blake, Jerome Blake, and Akeem Blake, Julian Fort, Brandon Hicklin, Ronnie Baker, Kadrian Golson, and JT Smith. The A race for the men's 100 meters. Taekwondo Tracy won the B race just a couple of minutes ago. And now they're in the set position. And now Sanjay Davidson.
My goodness, disaster.
Sanjay Davidson picked the start.
Because here we have somebody falling out of their blocks. And now this one picks the start completely. We might see a different result, and the fans may not like it. I think we're going to see Davison get a red flag because that was a different situation from what happened to Golson.
He actually picked the start.
He picked the start.
Golson
he ran out early, took a couple strides. Golson, on the other hand...
He's gone.
He's gone. It looks like they're going to draw the red card.
No, he's gone.
He's already gone.
Yes, he's gone.
That seems like he's begging.
Yes, but he's gone.
He's trying to talk them out of a red flag.
Alfred Francis is talking to him and explaining to him what happened.
He wants mercy.
Okay,
too.
and if you read it, no, it's not on mercy. He's not asking for mercy. He's asking them to run under protest. He clearly said it a while ago. He said, "Can I not run under protest?" He did ask them that. Now let's see if they could grant him that. So he's asking them again. He wants to run under protest. He's not questioning what they said. He's asking for him to run on the protest. It's not going to happen because they've called the other 7 athletes to their mark. He's very, very disappointed, and as you can understand.
It's so unfortunate.
Yeah. It's part and parcel of the sport, and you know, he's disappointed, but it is what it is. You can't help but to feel it for them, whoever it happens to, because you don't want people to train and get themselves ready for this. But this is a part of your training, and this is a part of what the sport is at the moment. The 7 who remain in the event are on their marks, while Sanjay Davidson behind, talking to Brianna Williams and 1 or 2 of the female waiting for the 100. So they've set Julian Fort got out very, very well. There's also Akeem Blake there with him as well. Ronnie Baker left behind, but Akeem Blake and Julian Fort. Fort to Akeem Blake. Julian Fort. Blake Fort. Who did it?
That was Julian Fort, 9.99 seconds, the flash time.
Who got it?
The official time, 10.02 for Julian Fort.
We've got it here. They are credited at the same time. 10.02 for both of them. It was very difficult to separate them though. But Julian Fort got off to a flyer. Akeem Blake was leading marginally after 40 meters, but Fort caught up with him with about 30 meters to go. And from there on, it was between them both. And they came to the line together, desperately close. 10.02 accredited to both of them. 10.09 for Brandon Hicklin from the United States. But they came to the line together, Fort and Blake. And they're accredited with the same time. But Fort got the victory.
Overall, a better look for Julian Fort running that race. He was tall. He held the drive phase better. He transitioned better. Akeem Blake was there with him, but ran a different composure. He was struggling a bit, a lot more tense. And Julian looked really confident, really strong. A great form from him. Impressive rounding into form for Julian Fort. And not just form, but it seems to be that he's a lot more confident than we've seen him in the past. Usually the last parts of the race, you know, we see him struggle, tense up, but confident running for Fort all the way through to win this one.
So the presentation for the men's 200 meters is going ahead without the winners, Arnell Hughes. So the world champion over 100 meters attracting some attention over in the bleachers. That's Shakira Richardson. And she's going to sit there all night taking pictures. And if you notice, there's no issues. Her handlers sat there. They're sitting there. People just come up, take the pictures. No issues.
No issues.
I wish others would take a leaf. When you put yourself out there and you reach a pinnacle of your sport, you're still a human being. You're just in a better position.
Yes, but now that she's been called out, she won't have any peace for the rest of the time.
And I'm sure she wouldn't have a problem with that.
You never know. You never know.
And her handlers will step in if they think they have a problem. You have to protect your athletes. It's your athlete. They will step in if they have a problem, but they don't.
So that's the danger of being called out in public.
And she has a bodyguard around her. She just didn't come there. The bodyguard is sitting to her right. So she's well taken care of. Don't worry about it. These people are not the same as some of the athletes that we have here, which is really what I want to say. So the opposition leader, Mark Golden, making the presentation to the triple jump top 3. Jordan Scott, second. Waysam was, and Jaden Hibbert. No surprise here. A national champion. He competes here again on June 1 at the Racers Grand Prix. So the presentation for the men's triple jump, done and dusted. And we should now be ready for the women's 100 meters. In fact, there's an after party. They promise that there's an entertainment package that has never ever been seen in Jamaica before.
Wow.
And that's how they've sold it. That's what they said. So the 100 meters for women is up on us. And Daniel Dowie has the lineup.
final race of the night, the women's 100 meters. In lane 1, Crystal Slowly of Jamaica. Lane 2, Tia Clayton of Jamaica. Lane 3, Alana Reid of Jamaica. Lane 4, Marie-Jose Talou Smith of Ivory Coast. Lane 5, Jemima Joseph of France. Lane 6, Kemba Nelson of Jamaica. Lane 7, Tina Clayton of Jamaica. And lane 8, Brianna Williams of Jamaica.
And Marie will tell you that she's French, so it's Jose. Tia Clayton
Jose.
is in.
Yes. Oh, I said Jose.
Jose, which
Spanish
is Spanish,
version.
right?
Thanks for that correction.
Not a problem. That's what we're here for.
Yes. Tia Clayton, we look at her on the screen. She's been having a fantastic season. Alana Reid, her first year professional. A big race for her. A great opportunity for her to, show what she's made of after seeing her run a pretty impressive relay leg for Jamaica.
If we could just pause for royalty. Listen to this, people. Listen. It's not Shelley and Fraser Price. It's not Elaine Thompson-Hera. It is not Sherika Jackson. It is Marie-Jose Talou Smith.
I got goosebumps just now, Wayne. It's still there.
Jemima Joseph is in lane number 5, and she's from France. Kemba Nelson. When was the last time you saw both Claytons in the same 100-meter field?
It's been a while.
Well, lane 7 is empty, so Tina is not in it. So it's Brianna Williams. She has moved her training camp to California. She's out west on the American West Coast, and she's here tonight on her first trip back since moving away from Jamaica. She's also a fan favorite here in Jamaica,
As we can tell by the volume of the cheers that she's receiving.
And she's still been taken out for dinner on those performances in Tampere, Finland, when she won the 100 and 200 meters double at the World Under-18 Championship. But Marie-Jose Talou Smith, now newlywed to a Trinidad and Tobago national, had a chance of meeting him on a Wednesday. Looks like a cool dude. So the women are called to their blocks. Alana Reid, Tia Clayton, Crystal Slowly, Marie-Jose Talou Smith, Jemima Joseph from France, Kemba Nelson, and Brianna Williams. That's the field for the final event of the first ever staging of the Jamaica Athletics Invitational here at the National Stadium. You're listening to Nationwide 90 FM, the station, the only radio station in the country. You'll hear the Olympic Games, and they're sent away. Marie-Jose Talou Smith got off to a good start. Alana Reid is right there with her. Slowly is also in the mix-up, but Talou is showing them a clean pair of heels. Marie-Jose Talou Smith from the Ivory Coast strides away with this one. She won quite impressively. There was no doubt about it. 10:87. What a fantastic performance tonight from the lady from the Côte d'Ivoire. 10:91. It's rounded up to. But that was a statement performance from Marie-Jose Talou. Only woman who possibly can upstage Shelley, Elaine, or Sherika in Jamaica.
Wow, Wayne, there's so much to celebrate in that race. Talou opening up with 10:91, and Crystal Slowly, second year out of high school for Campion College, Jamaica, MVP track club, 11.09 seconds. Celebrating her personal best. Kemba Nelson in third, 11.12 seconds. But Marie-Jose Talou Smith, dominant performance from her. 10:91 pleases the fans here in Jamaica to win this one. Look at her.
It's 8 minutes to 5 o'clock in the morning in the Ivory Coast. And if they're up and watching or listening to this, they would have been more than pleased. Look at her form. What a fantastic runner is this woman. She's come very close. I said it to her on Wednesday. I said, Marie, you've come so close on so many occasions. I remember in 2017, there was no way the American, what's her name? She sadly left us the other day.
Tori Bowie.
Tori Bowie. There's no way Tori Bowie should have won that. Marie-Josée Toulouse was out and away. And out of nowhere, she was reeled in.
I tell you what, Wayne, if she ran like how she ran that relay leg in Bahamas
she's going to be
week,
untouchable, you think?
That was, I mean, a pretty impressive takedown to get the Ivory Coast back into qualifying position. If she runs like that, the top end speed that she displayed just last week, if she had done that today, we would have been on our feet.
You know, it was only on Thursday that she found out that she was not going to run against Dina. She thought Dina, all along, she signed the contract, she thought Dina was going to be in the 100. And when they told her on Thursday, no, she said, I'm looking forward to meeting Dina. And Dina said, no, I'm running in the 200. And she turned and she said, you're not running in the 100? Oh, my goodness. I didn't know that.
Disappointing then. She was looking forward to the competition. And I think when I saw that switch, because Dina was originally confirmed for the 100 meters.
Oh, she was?
She was.
Okay.
So when I saw that switch, I realized that it was,
the 200 needed some meat. Nobody was in there, really.
It needed some meat, but it seemed like, we wanted both athletes to win. We put them in a race where they can win, and but the fans would have loved to see the matchup between Asher Smith and Talou Smith.
Well, tell you what, come back June 1, you're going to see Noah Lyles against Akeem Blake and there's somebody else. Zarnell is going to run in that 100. Zarnell, Akeem, and Noah Lyles. You could possibly be looking at 3 finalists here in the Olympics, in that one race here in Kingston.
Definitely. After watching what Hughes did today, it will be interesting to see how he fares in the 100. Mm-hmm. And Noah Lyles has been doing a lot of talking, but I like the fact that he backs it up, for the most part.
There's a running dispute as to what's the fastest time in the world this year. And the 12:31 you told me about that Brittany Anderson did today, we're just trying to find out if it's win legal, because that's the only contention. If not the 12:40 that the world record holder did tonight, that's Toby Amusan, then that would be the fastest time in the world this year. And if it is the fastest time in the world this year, then it could very well be the performance of the night. But
there's another challenge with that. It's this meeting, the Savona in Italy, that Brittany Anderson ran at, earlier.
It's not on
today.
It's not a World Athletics indoors.
It's not on Watch Athletics. It's very hard not to be on that site.
And when you're not on it,
it means we'll just have to check the World Athletics site.
Yeah.
As well for.
Well, we've come to the end of another fantastic track meet here at the National Stadium. Danielle, you're like an artist who wasn't booked for the show, but you came and stole the show, and for that we're eternally grateful. We're always happy for your expertise and your insight into athletics, and I must say I appreciate you stopping by tonight to assist with the broadcast.
Thank you, Wayne. It was a pleasure stopping by with the Nationwide team to talk track and field, to be here at the stadium, to watch, former athletes, former competitors still competing, and as they gear up for, what we expect to be a wonderful Olympic Games in Paris.
Paris.
The beautiful city of Paris, the city of lights, the city of arts, the city of music. The city of love. Ooh, yes, it is the city of love.
Stop.
And the city of the Eiffel Tower.
It seems as if you just want to leave now to go there.
Yes. I know. I'm feeling the French
there you go. Thanks so much to Alric Swiby, who kicked off Sports Nation Live today and took it right the way up. Of course, Compass. We can't say thank you enough, brother. Sheldon, thank you so much for the assistance as well. Michael Paul and Sonia Stewart is also on the team as well, played their role. What's not Sheldon, we've already given Sheldon and Sean Ferguson back in studio, but there's somebody who has got to take you back to the office. What's his name? Mr. Maxwell? It's Mr. McDonald. There you go. Thank you so much, Mr. McDonald. Thank you so much to the entire team for doing it. Thanks also to Joan Forrest Henry for initiating the whole thing and getting it on the road. And yeah, we're going to be back here hopefully for the Racers Grand Prix on June 1, but for sure we're going to be here for the National Championships at the back end of June. And then, of course, the Olympic team will be selected, and from right there on, it's going to be upwards and onwards to the French capital of Paris for the games of the 33rd Olympiad, which I can't say enough that Nationwide 90 FM will have live and exclusive coverage of in Jamaica from a radio standpoint, and we can't wait. I can tell you we're going to deliver this Olympic Games like no other radio station can. Well, for the final time from the National Stadium, we saw some wonderful performances tonight. Marie-Josée Toulouse closed the night on a fantastic note. We also saw, it does look as if it's the world-leading time, 12:40 for now, until we can rectify or verify Brittany Anderson's performance in Italy. But it does seem as if Toby Amusan has the world lead, and she's a world record holder. And yeah, more presentation being had here because the 100 meters men, and then I suppose right after they still have for the 100 meters for women. We've got an entertainment package. Doesn't seem as if we can hold for that. So we're going to hand back to studios. Thank you so much for your company, those in Radioland and those listening wherever you listen on Nationwide 90 FM. Catch you again for another track meet here at the National Stadium. Until then, my name is Wayne Walker. On behalf of the team, have a good night.
If me a sleep, a nationwide. If me a walk, a nationwide. If me a drive, a nationwide. Nah, go over there. Why? Because she nah listen nationwide. A nationwide, me say.
We're seen running.